Hello. Hi, how are we doing? Hope we're doing good. Hello, hello. Whoops. Alright. Hi, Cocos. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yes, Croc. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Cocos is mean. A classic. He's always mean, isn't he? Hi, Jacob. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. And hi, Joe. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. The sun is a bit frustrating sitting here, I must admit. That's horrible. Anyways. Shiny Alpha Jar Cadet. Nice. I got yesterday, an Alpha Shiny Shuppet, and an Alpha Shiny Lidwick, and 2 Alpha Shiny Lampent, and then today, I even got a Alpha Shiny Emolga. That is, we're cooking out here. Holy fuck, that's frustrating. Oh my god, that's frustrating. Holy shit, that's horrible. That is very horrible. Croc, yeah. Sun too bright, yeah, a little bit. It comes from this. So, I have like basically a window to the left, and a window to, and then another window to the left. So, the problem is that this window, I can't put anything in front of that, right? It doesn't have anything. So the sun comes through, but it's not to the point as that bad. And then the other one, eventually the sun comes around the corner, and then I'm being flashbanged, essentially. It's really frustrating. Hi, Chris Claudia. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Happy New Year. Well, we still got some time there. Still got some time. Hola, amigo. Hi, Sumax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. My voice is a bit... I'm still coughing, but guys, it's not going away. Maybe I'm dying. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? Stop with the Spanish. Why are you on a Spanish trip recently? What's that going on? Be the legendary of this in one try. Ah, okay. You mean Kyogre? Yeah. Thank you. God bless. God bless you too. Should we have Mexicans here call ice? Yo, Donald! Deport them now! Right now! Get them! Get her ass. Where's Sway when you need him? Anyways. Give me still a second. I need to check a few things, and then we'll jump into a few things. We're gonna watch a few things that I still have. So yeah, we gotta look at those real quick. Got some stuff. Doing well. Nice. Good to hear. Okay. Oh, wait, I still have my Crunchyroll tab open. That's not good. That is not good. That is really not good. We don't want that. We do not want that. Of course. I do not want that open right now. That'd be a bit frustrating, I think. We don't want that. Sway saving Latinas from Ice HQ. Yeah. I'm still looking for shiny Latinas. Unfortunately, there are no shiny Latinas. There's not even any woman for me. Anyways, they can't deport me if I was never ported. We'll deport you from Earth. We'll send you to Mars. Holy fuck, that sun is pissing me off. It's not terrible, but it's still bad. That is very frustrating. Hold up. Anyways, I think we're gonna just jump over and start with Crocroc's video. As usual, right? We must, as usual. Where are my Latina baddies? Life's tough, but I'm tougher. Anyways, we'll jump over. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Yoink. Now we're here. Of course we are. As usual. Curtains, Poke. This window does not have curtains. That's the problem. So the one on the right has. The one next to it has. The one that flashbangs me if I don't put the curtains up. And the other one doesn't have any. So that's usually the problem that I have. That means that if I sit like this, I'm getting roasted to a crisp. Worth it. Vitamin D. I'll take it. Tough and hard. Life's hard, but I am harder. Anyways. Okay, croc. We'll do this one first. We'll start with this one first. Obviously, we must. You're stupid. That's episode 10 by Fluffy Talks. We're gonna see who's actually what's going on with the stupid people here. Let's see. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's fucking hear it. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll go in.
Hey, what's up? So we're doing it again. This is You're Stupid, which it's pretty self-explanatory what this video's about, right? I scoured the internet.
He scoured the internet for people that are definitely, most certainly stupid.
Looking for stupid people doing stupid things, and we're gonna look at stupid pictures of stupid people doing stupid things, and I'm gonna make stupid comments about it. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be stupid. Let's do it. Hey, what's up? Oh shit, just looking at this.
From when was this video? Okay, that's still fairly before AI was a big thing. And yes, that is very stupid. That is stupid. That is deadly stupid. I agree, that is very stupid.
Makes my stomach turn. What are you doing, man?
I'm always like, yeah. That's maybe it's just edited. Maybe it is just edited. Who knows? Maybe it's edited. I hope it's edited. Would you do that in this? No, I would not. I'm scared of heights to begin with. No, I would not.
This is terrifying. Well, at least you have those grippy gardening gloves. That'll keep you from falling to your death. I honestly hope this guy didn't die. I'm not sure.
I can't say that. With gloves, what the fuck? Yep. Dangerous. What the fuck is that? Did he? Okay. So he's in the car, or she. I think that's a woman. She's in the car. She put something around the mattress, and then put it around her arm. Interesting.
Really? You thought this was the best way to tether a mattress to your roof? At least you tethered the mattress, but it's around your wrist and your wrist is holding the steering wheel. Do you see the problem here? Sure, it's secure right now, but if the mattress flies off, you're gonna go swerving into a ditch. Oh no. Oh, Grandpa, you're getting
There's two options here. That's Gorlock. There's two options here. There's very much two options here, right? Okay. There's two options. One, he's peeing into the car. Two, he's fucking the car. Pick your poison.
confused again, Grandpa. I told you that's not a toilet. It's not a tiny little toilet in the side of my car. Anything to get an extra couple miles, right? And you wonder why the neighbors hate us. Grandpa. Carson Sheriff is looking for these two burglary suspects who are boyfriend and girl.
Oh, and are also cousins. Sweet Home Alabama. Or they're Muslim. Sorry, that stereotype is never dying.
Friend, and are also cousins. So not only are they stupid, but they're also stupid and into incest. I wonder what their children will look like. I wonder how many toes their children will have. Yeah, that's a good idea. Are you rescuing someone?
Here's the question. Is he rescuing someone or putting somebody into there? That's the question. That's the important question we have here. Difficult to say. Could be either. Wincest. Yeah. Is it wincest? It's not really if they're not from the same womb.
Are you getting rid of a dead body? Come on, we didn't bring the harness today. Get in there. Tell me what you see. Rats and feces? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's a sewer. Oh, that's just brilliant.
Yeah, that's the plan. Dude already looks like the incest result, probably.
That's thinking right there, alright? If you don't have any safety goggles or any protective wear, just put a bag on your head. How is that bag gonna save you? You're gonna suffocate. And if a spark flies up and hits that bag, it's just gonna melt into your face. This is a horrible idea. Just realize that these little bumps on the steering wheel are in Braille, so that blind drivers have no trouble finding the horn to alert other drivers when necessary.
Why do I believe... Wait, what? Blind drivers. Since when did that DLC drop? Blind drivers.
Hashtag the more you know. You have got to be fucking with me, right? Oh my god, look, it's a... Holy shit! Holy shit.
Why was there a pic? No wonder you wanted me to watch this. There was a picture of you. Anyways, yeah, that's life at limits here. That is, dangerous, one might say. That is very dangerous. He's dead, isn't he?
That's a bad idea. What the hell are you guys doing? How much are you paying this poor man? This guy better get a raise after this shit. He is dedicated to his job. If someone asked me to do that, I'd be like, fuck no. Oh, okay. That's actually kind of...
Well, see, modern problems require modern solutions. So just make a human ladder. If it works, it works.
impressive. What, did they all used to be like circus performers and now they just do maintenance on wires? Have you heard of this handy thing called a ladder? It might actually save you guys some time. Okay, this one, I'm not sure if this is really...
This can't be a real one. This can't be a real one. If it is, that's stupid and creative. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that is new. That is new. Construction workers with insurance, probably. That's got to be a life insurance. 5 men without ladder, creative. Sometimes you need modern solutions for modern problems.
Really smart or really dumb. I feel like it's stupid but ingenious all at the same time, because that is a quick way to trim your hedges until you swing off to the side and decapitate a bystander. Now I just want to know... Oh man, you're gonna fall.
I am surprised that the door can take this. I'm actually amazed that door can take this. And I'm even more surprised how he got on top of there without the ladder. I don't see any ladder here, so I'm very much surprised how he did that. I am very surprised. Can you do that? Nope, I cannot. And this one not either.
Oh. I just want to know how he got up there. He must be very agile. Did you use a ladder to get up on top of the door and then just decide not to use the ladder anymore? Because seriously, how did you get up there? That's more impressive to me than anything. Oh yeah, don't worry, we're gonna catch it.
Somebody's dying. Somebody's dying. When you are done, but then you saw a spot that got missed. True. Somebody's dying. Somebody's definitely dying.
Just toss it down. Oh man, what are you gonna catch it with your face? Come on now. Oh, this one's even worse. Are they taking the couch down the ladder?
Yeah, that ain't working. That is not working. Somebody is dying. Though I see this being more of a thing than anything else, but it'd be really difficult to pull this off. Yeah, somebody's dying here too.
Or did they put it up the ladder? If they carried that couch all the way up that ladder, that's pretty impressive. This is a bad idea. Oh yeah, well, good thing this guy's spotting them. Now nothing will go wrong. What are you gonna do, man? What if they all start to fall? You're gonna catch them? You're gonna get crushed by a couch, dude. Get the fuck out of there. Oh my god. What a moron. And you're about to get...
Well, sometimes... Now, poker that will work, probably. Is it really impressive? Not too hard to climb on your door. Have you ever climbed on your door with no ladder in sight and the door actually being able to hold your weight? Have you done that? This is just me missing the bus. This is just the average dude missing the bus. Sometimes you gotta again, modern problems require modern solutions. I did that in my first year of college. I can see that.
pulled over by the police. That is such a bad idea. How do you not see that you're risking your life right now? I just don't understand. He must just not give a fuck. Oh, here's a disaster just waiting to happen. Can you spot his mistake?
So, he's standing on the ladder, right? The ladder is leaning against the tree. But he is cutting off the tree here, where the ladder is leaning against. So he's gonna fall like the tree is gonna fall. They're gonna fall simultaneously.
His mistake was trusting his own intelligence. You know, the tree's holding the ladder up, right? So he's basically just gonna fall backwards as the tree falls on top of him. Nice. Smart. Some people should just not own ladders or heavy equipment or anything that could possibly kill them. You should not be cutting this tree down. You clearly don't know what the hell you're doing.
That was interesting. And yes, these people are stupid. These people are stupid. Oh, look at that. He made a video about the DoorDash girl. I am the victim. Anyways, that was interesting. That was interesting. It's not too big of a fall, at least. Yeah, it's still gonna hurt, though. It's still gonna hurt, though. And it's definitely not smart. It's definitely not smart. You cannot. Nobody can argue that this is smart. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. I have a ladder. I have one too. We have multiple. A wooden one and like a normal metal one. And an axe. I have one too for wood chopping. And I chop off heads, of course. I have a saw. Let's cut this branch I'm sitting on. Pretty much that's what essentially is what happened. That's pretty much what happened. Yeah. That is pretty much it. That summarizes it really well. Shiny Tepic. Congratulations. But does it compete with my Alpha Shiny Embor? No. Probably a regular Tepic. Anyways, let's watch. By the way, I have more AI trailers. By the way, which we're gonna jump in later. Let's watch you know what? Let's watch something interesting. I always wanted to know this.
What if I told you the
I always wanted to know this, so we're gonna watch it. Because I always, right? I always wanted to read about Shu on YouTube. Yeah, that's already also there. We're gonna watch that later as well. But I was always interested in that. I always wanted to know how they dealt with this. How did the pirates deal with the lack of sex? By Midnight Insomnia Whispers. I am very curious too how they dealt with this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. We'll continue. It's interesting. Interesting. They had gay sex. That's how the famous "arr" sound happened. It was pirates moaning. Anyways, moving on.
What if I told you the scariest thing about being a pirate wasn't the cannon fire, or the hangings, or the smell of sweaty men living on salted fish and rum for months, but the fact that nobody on that ship had a reliable sex life? That's right. Forget Jack Sparrow's eyeliner and swagger. The real nightmare was figuring out what to do with your libido when you're trapped on a floating sausage party for half a year.
I have an idea. You won't like. I have an idea, but you won't like this idea. You won't like this idea. They kidnap women. I have another idea, but you wouldn't like it. Maybe that's how the story of mermaids happened. Anyways. Does that compete with my Alpha Shiny Greninja? No, but I have an Alpha Shiny Greninja. The question is, did you get yours out of hyperspace, or did you get yours from Wild Zone 16? Huh. Your idea include fish poke? Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That's how mermaids were born.
Sailors lived in a pressure cooker of boredom, violence, and yes, horniness. And unlike the fantasy novels, there weren't tavern wenches waiting under every deck plank. So how did these outlaw sea wolves handle the awkward, deeply human problem of, I kinda need to get laid? By the end of this video, you might actually feel like your modern dating problems, Tinder ghosting, awkward texts, disappointing one-night stands,
And women.
aren't so bad after all. And hey, if you enjoy learning about the weirdest, darkest corners of human history, hit that subscribe button. Because if I'm going to need therapy after reading Pirate Diaries, you might as well join me on the couch. Let's get right into it. Number 1. The long, dry voyage. Picture it. You're stuck on a wooden ship with 80 dudes, 3 pigs, and a barrel of biscuits crawling with...
Not the pigs. Not the pigs, guys. Not the pigs, I beg of you. Not the pigs. Not the pigs, I beg of you. If they went for the pig, please. Please.
maggots. The next port with women willing or unwilling to entertain sailors is months away. So what do? Well, the truth is, mostly nothing. Long voyages were notorious for being bone dry in every sense of the word. Many pirates simply had to grit their teeth and wait. But waiting didn't mean they weren't thinking about it. Sailors sang filthy songs, carved erotic graffiti into wood, and swapped dirty jokes as a coping mechanism. The ship itself became a floating locker room.
The first real gooners, what's worse? Sea pirate or jail prisoners? Sea pirate. Sea pirate, yeah. I think they just made some of them femboys, that's it. The pig, I hope not. The pig.
Of testosterone and innuendo. And the longer the voyage, the more obsessive it got. Picture your office's most unhinged group chat, except you can't mute it because you're trapped in the chat room itself, bobbing up and down on the ocean. The irony? Pirates loved freedom, but when it came to their own bodies, they were basically prisoners of circumstance.
Bro, I don't see the dude, I don't see the problem. I don't understand the problem. I've been sexless for the majority of my life. Not just majority, all of it. Actually, all of it. I don't see the problem. Just rub one off and sail along.
It was the world's least sexy prison sentence, complete with bad food and scurvy. Number 2, shipmates as soulmates. Here's where things get spicy. Pirates weren't always as no-homo as Hollywood likes to pretend. In fact, historians have found records of matelotage, a practice where 2 male pirates basically became life partners. This wasn't just about splitting treasure. It could mean sharing a bed, sharing rations, and yes, sometimes sharing affection. Think of it as
Gooning. Well, if you consider corn, then sure. If you don't consider corn, then never.
pirate marriage, but with more pistols and fewer in-laws. And while not every matelotage was sexual, some absolutely were. Ships...
Why was there a woman? Pirates went gay. Pretty much. Of that. Wait, well, I am assuming that, well, you can say that, but then you have prisoners who do the exact same. Nice, me approve. They found love, I guess.
were pressure cookers of intimacy. You ate together, slept together, fought together. It's not shocking that sometimes the lines blurred. When you're trapped at sea, the guy next to you with a decent singing voice and all his teeth suddenly looks like a solid catch. Of course, outsiders later twisted this into jokes about pirates being unnatural. But really, it was just human beings adapting to a weird, claustrophobic environment.
Sometimes you need what you need. If you were being two-man married in 1970, you would risk execution. Well, now there will be a pirate BL. That's already been the case. Well, you can say that, but the problem is that this happens in prisons too. This, by the way, the same behavior, by the way, happens among mice. So, fun fact.
You can only play dice so many times before you start noticing how broad your bunkmate's shoulders are. Number 3, the Port City Explosion. Now don't get me wrong, when pirates did finally reach land, they made up for lost time with terrifying enthusiasm. The moment a crew rolled into a port city like Nassau or Port Royal, brothels and taverns went into overtime. Local women, sex workers, and sometimes even desperate townsfolk got swept into what could only be described as a week-long carnival of questionable hygiene. Pirates blew through gold.
I mean, questionable hygiene makes sense. That makes very much sense. I'm assuming that the STD rate, by the way, among pirates was probably ginormous. They had cheese down there on their tip. 100%. 100%. That must have been diabolical. Prison is much more modern, by the way. Obviously, but the scenario is pretty much the same. A lot of men in a crowded space.
Gold faster than frat boys at a Vegas strip club. Some sailors spent their entire share of treasure on alcohol and prostitutes in a single night, then staggered back to the ship penniless. Ports even had entire economies built around this. Liquor sellers, brothel owners, and corrupt officials all counted on pirates' explosive lust and stupidity. The scary part? Disease, syphilis, and...
Like I said, STDs must have been... This must have been... Bro. There's probably a good chance that more pirates died through STDs than they did through actually the sea. Diabolical.
Gonorrhea spread through pirate crews faster than gossip at your family reunion. Some men came back from shore leave with more than a hangover. They came back doomed, but in their eyes, it was worth it. Months of
doom. All I'm gonna say is doom.
Deprivation, followed by one chaotic blowout. That was the cycle. Number 4, desperate substitutions. So what do you do when the ship hasn't...
There's goats. There's goats. There's goats. Now there's not just pigs, there's goats too. There's goats too. They did it with the goats.
...seen land in months, and the only companionship around is livestock. Yep.
Bad. No, not the goats, not the animals, no.
The rumors are true. Some sailors turned to goats, pigs, or whatever unfortunate animal happened to be on board. Ship journals and early naval court cases quietly mention unnatural acts with animals, which were punishable by death if discovered. Imagine being hanged not for piracy, but because someone caught you making eyes at the goat. It wasn't common.
Yeah, that would be something. You will be hanged because you were a little too spicy with animals. Sounds like rumors. Trust me, there are people who do this. That's enough. I don't know about human using pigs. You poor sweet summer child. You poor sweet summer child. There was a time on Twitter where this was not banned immediately. You are a poor sweet summer child. You are a poor innocent sweet summer child in comparison to what I had to witness on Twitter. There were videos out there of women doing it with dogs on Twitter at one point. There were videos of men doing it with a pig on Twitter. There was a video of men doing it with a lizard. Trust me when I say this. You are a sweet, innocent child if you believe that this can happen.
Thank God. But it happened enough that captains wrote strict rules about it. The line between, "We need these animals for food," and "Jerry, get away from the sheep," was apparently thinner than we'd like to admit. The dark comedy here is that pirates were fighting over gold and glory while occasionally dealing with the very unglamorous reality of barnyard temptations. Disney definitely skipped that subplot in Pirates of the Caribbean. Number 5. The cross-dressing escape.
I guess they weren't just sailing the seas, they were sailing the pig.
Here's a twist you won't see coming. Not every man on board was a man. Some women disguised themselves as male pirates to escape poverty, abuse, or just sheer boredom with land life. Famous cases like Anne Bonny and Mary Read prove it wasn't just rumor. And yes, sometimes these secret women ended up as sexual partners for pirates. The reveal could be
diabolical. Diabolical. So you just had sea prostitutes at that point. At that point, Jover. That is crazy. If that, I don't call it a behavior of humanity. Call it Sig Girl trying to offer self in a creative way. But yeah, there's definitely humans that did animals.
dramatic. One sailor discovering his bunkmate wasn't exactly who he thought. Cue the soap opera music. For some crews, it was a scandal. For others, it was just another weird wrinkle in shipboard life. The irony is that cross-dressing gave women the freedom to join the most hyper-masculine, testosterone-soaked environment imaginable. And once the truth came out, well, let's just say some pirates suddenly reconsidered their preferences. It's like the 1700s version of catfishing, but with more cannons and fewer DMs.
And a lot less fat. A lot less fat.
Number 6, the don't ask, don't tell reality. Pirates were criminals, but they weren't stupid. They knew better than to openly flaunt taboo behaviors because mutiny was always a risk. If the crew hated you, you were done. So whatever happened between two shipmates often stayed between two shipmates. This unspoken rule, call it the proto don't ask, don't tell, kept the ship functioning. Everyone knew there was pent-up energy on board. Everyone knew some men were closer than just brothers in arms, but as long as it didn't wreck discipline, captains often turned a blind eye. Think of it as the ultimate group project, survival tactic. You don't...
Well, yeah, that makes sense, right? If you found out two homies on the ship were gay and did nasty things, you can't just get rid of one. That's gonna affect everyone else. You can't just like throw somebody overboard. It does make sense that you wouldn't just sacrifice somebody. There's possibly a good chance that a lot of other stuff was tolerated. Probably the animal stuff was a lot more tolerated than you would think, considering that, well, you need the manpower regardless.
Complain about your lab partner eating glue if he's also the only guy who knows how to keep the cannon from exploding. In pirate logic, you do you, just don't sink the ship. It was pragmatic, it was hypocritical, and it was very, very human. Pirates could be ruthless killers at sea, but when it came to each other's sex lives, the vibe was basically, I'm not touching this one, literally or figuratively. Number 7. The curse of disease. Let's talk about STDs, because, oh boy, pirates had plenty. Sailors were basically the Uber drivers of syphilis.
I'll just be like, yo, we're selling, we came here to sell, I don't know, whatever. And they're like, yo, we're selling STDs, want one?
Burying it from one continent to another. One wild night in Port Royal could leave a man with a lifelong souvenir that burned worse than cannon fire. Gonorrhea was so common, the crew sometimes had to reshuffle sleeping arrangements because half the men couldn't stop groaning from pain. And without antibiotics, the cures were medieval nightmare fuel, mercury ointments, toxic brews, or just letting the disease slowly rot your body. Imagine your captain screaming, "Hoist the mainsail!" while you're doubled over clutching your pirate booty for all the wrong reasons. Disease wasn't just embarrassing, it was disabling. A crew riddled with infection was a weaker crew, which made them easier prey. The cruel irony. Pirates were fearless in battle, but terrified of...
I'm gonna be real. That seems like a good strategy to take down your enemies if you have no other chance to spread your STD. Just like rub your behind and squish it into somebody's face. Problem solved. Dead.
What a single night ashore might do to their nether regions. Turns out, the scariest enemy wasn't the Royal Navy, it was syphilis. Number 8. Rum and repression. Sometimes the solution wasn't sex, it was booze. Pirates loved rum so much that it became their primary coping mechanism. Drunkenness dulled the loneliness, numbed the frustration, and turned nights into blurry hazes of bad singing and worse decisions. But rum wasn't just fun, it was functional. A tipsy crew was less likely to mutiny over their captain's sex life or their bunkmates' suspicious friendship. Alcohol gave pirates an excuse to laugh off tension, both sexual and otherwise. The downside? Addiction. Pirates drank.
Obviously. To be fair, I think main cause of death was definitely STDs, 100%. It is, but it's so forbidden. No, well, back then it wasn't really forbidden. Biological war is far worse than normal explosives. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Until they were staggering messes, and sometimes it ended in fights, stabbings, or falling overboard. But for many, it was easier than facing the long months of enforced celibacy. Basically, rum...
It's not that deep. It's really not that deep. I've been doing the celibacy part for all my life. You gotta chill a little, calm down. It's not that deep. Hi Waffle, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. What we're watching, how pirates dealt with not being able to sleep with women or whatever.
Was therapy, Tinder, and antidepressants all rolled into one nasty, watered-down drink. Number 9. The exotic lover fantasy. Sailors spent so long at sea that they built entire mythologies about the exotic lovers waiting in foreign lands. From Caribbean islands to Southeast Asia, local women became the subject of sailor songs, stories, and fantasies. When they finally docked, pirates...
Dreaming of the local baddie. I can understand. Back then they couldn't spread biological war. They could spread viruses in the normal way. Like I said, rub your junk and then put your hand into your enemy's face. Problem solved.
Pursued these encounters like treasure hunts. Some even married women abroad, creating tangled webs of mixed families in port cities. But let's be honest, most of these romances were transactional, powered by coin, rum, or brute force. The fantasy, however, kept men going during the long, dry spells. Exotic lovers became the pin-up posters of the 18th century, fueling the imagination of pirates who had nothing else to dream about besides salted pork and the smell of sweaty hammocks. The irony? The fantasy was often better than the reality. The dream of passion in far-off lands usually ended with a hangover, an empty purse, and a rash that didn't go away.
Pretty much. That bad, really bad, doesn't matter. Sometimes modern problems require modern solutions. That we're stinky to a level we can't imagine, obviously. You're not gonna shower with salt water, will you? Oh, cool. Sounds like something I'd sleep to. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. You're welcome. Yeah, it's just, like, interesting to see how they would deal with this. I mean, mostly just, like, to be fair, they would probably just be drunk.
Hey. Number 10. The Bro Code of the Sea. Here's something you won't see in polished history books. Pirates had their own unofficial Bro Code for dealing with pent-up lust. The rule was simple: don't make it weird. Whether it was two men quietly sharing a hammock, a crewmate sneaking off in port, or someone nursing an embarrassing rash, you didn't gossip. This was survival. If a fight broke out over someone's private life, the whole ship could collapse into chaos. So the unspoken agreement was, keep your mouth shut.
Don't talk about it, goon in silence. Simple. Drink your problems away, pretty much.
Pass the rum and pretend you didn't notice who was cuddling whom under that ragged blanket. It was crude, it was fragile, but it worked. Pirates were anarchists, but even anarchy needs boundaries. And in this case, The boundary was,
there can be order in chaos, but there can never be chaos in order.
don't ask questions you don't want the disgusting answers to. Over time, sailors exaggerated their sex lives into wild legends. A single encounter in Havana became a dozen women in one night. A quick visit to a brothel turned into tales of seducing princesses. Pirates lived on reputation, and nothing boosted that like a filthy story. The truth? Most pirates were broke, diseased, or too exhausted to actually.
So, no difference to what is going on today, pretty much, when it comes to men. There's still plenty of dudes out there who make up stories of sleeping with a lot of women, and then you're like, yeah, nah, buddy, I don't believe you in a little bit. Bro code was mainly assume your place. Yeah, it was pretty much really just like, stick with your own stuff, probably, I'm assuming.
Live up to their own hype, but the lies gave them status. Around the fire, swapping outrageous sex tales was as valuable as sharing stolen treasure. It was their version of social media clout. Pirate Instagram, except instead of thirst traps, it was bragging about the countless lovers they absolutely, definitely had. The irony is that behind the swagger, most of these men were just lonely, desperate, and making things up so they didn't seem pathetic, which, honestly, sounds a lot like modern dating apps. Number 11.
Did they also add a few inches to their height? Gotta write your own fanfics about yourself? Kinda.
The Lonely Horizon. At the end of the day, pirate life wasn't all gold coins and sea shanties. It was lonely. Many pirates died young, without families, without partners, and without anyone to mourn them but their crew.
They're like me for real, for real. They're like, I'm a pirate? They're like me for real, for real.
The lack of sex wasn't just about physical frustration. It was about the emptiness of living in a world where intimacy was rare and fleeting. That's the dark truth. Pirates sacrificed stability for freedom, and freedom came with a high price. No lasting relationships, no comfortable homes, no stable love. Just the endless ocean, a dangerous crew, and the occasional blurry night in a brothel. If history teaches us anything, it's that human desire doesn't just vanish. It adapts, mutates, and sometimes goes down some very weird paths involving goats, rum, and badly timed port visit.
Involving goats.
Pirates remind us that even the most fearsome, violent men were still human beings, struggling with the same awkward, messy needs as everyone else. And maybe the real lesson is this. Our world today, with dating apps, awkward flirting, and questionable one-night stands, isn't actually that different from a pirate ship. Just less scurvy. Hopefully. That's all for today. I'll be making similar videos in the future.
That's pretty much it. Why no female pirates? There were female pirates that were cross-dressing, but they were very rare. They were very rare. Okay, so interesting. So what does this come down to? Gay sex, animals, and alcohol. Where's the alcohol? That's pretty much it. That covers it. And a lot of STDs after you got home and had a lot of fun with happy house girls, whatever you want to call them. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was interesting. Something less gross now. But why not? You're scared? Yeah, we can do that. Says Bien Lex. True. A little bit of Pirate Yaoi and Pirate Yuri. Why not? Why not? Okay, something less gross. Let's see. I'm not gonna do Song of Saya. That's a little gross again. We're not gonna do the Piker video now. We're not gonna do the horror one. Let's see. Let's do, in fact, the ref video. Why not? Might as well do it right now. I also have a half-an-hour video again for Valkyrie profile, Valkyrie Elysium. What? The aspect ratio's gone! The aspect ratio's gone. Last time he had that. Yeah, this situation is diabolical. The situation is diabolical. Like, this is not acceptable. Fell asleep on him since Doctober. Interesting. We're gonna watch this. I really like horror. Yeah, we're gonna do that after that one, because this one is a very important topic. Because this can affect me, which is really funny. This is really funny. So yeah. It is happening once again. YouTube got humiliated after targeting shoe-on-head and VTubers by ref. Interesting. So if you did not know this, if you didn't notice it at all, actually, YouTube's AI has been on demon timing. There have been plenty of channels being demonetized, plenty of channels being deleted, banned, strikes. And oddly enough, this did happen to a video that people were watching. Not the original. People watching Shoe-on-Head's latest video and reacting to it. And what happened was they received a strike for endangering children. Now here's the funny part. This didn't endanger children. This was a video about how dangerous dating apps for children are. Because there's literally dating apps for children. And fun fact, there's literally OF for minors. The more you know. The more you know. There's literally OF. Go down the Piper Roquel pipeline and you will see crazy shit. You will literally see horrible stuff going on. It is bad.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So today we're going to be looking at a very bizarre situation involving YouTube, Shoe-on-Head, and VTubers. Now for many years, YouTube has been using AI for its moderation, but its latest CEO has made AI an even bigger priority. In fact, over the past couple of months, he has been actively trying to push AI even more for these sites.
This guy has to, I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna say this. They can't gaslight me into saying Susan was better, but I'm gonna say it the way it is. This man has to resign. I'm gonna say it the way it is. He has to resign. This guy is not a good guy. Get him out of here.
Moderation, and it's had disastrous results where many videos and channels are being falsely taken down because of this AI moderated system. Now, the latest situation involves a Shoe-on-Head video. Now, many of you know who she is, very popular YouTuber. We've talked about her a couple times on this channel. Well, she uploaded a video, her latest video, and many content creators, many YouTubers, particularly VTubers, would react to this video and post their reactions on YouTube. And, well, a bunch of strikes have been going out, and it's a complete disaster. Now, the video in question is titled...
Shu on Twitter herself said that the video had a lot less reach. Now, she said that maybe due to the fact that it was around Christmas. However, and that is really interesting, she herself says she also doesn't believe that it's because of Christmas, but because YouTube stunted the growth of the video and actually just blocked it. Soft banded, shadow banded, whatever you want to use. It is interesting. This isn't, by the way, the first time that YouTube has been behaving weirdly when it comes to content that is not safe for children. A lot of YouTube Kids content is essentially just sexual in nature. A lot of it. AI generated sexual slop for children. Crazy shit.
The insane world of child dating apps. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in hell. This is absolutely insane. This is a real topic. Basically, to sum it up, you can watch her full video if you want to, and I would recommend doing so. But it's kind of based on this initial post she reacted to, where there are reports that there's many apps like this, but the main one is called Wiz, and it's been dubbed Tinder for Kids. That is as bad as it sounds. Okay, if you don't know what Tinder is, it's
another kind of app that was used for this was Amino. Obviously that app is now shut down because they couldn't keep up with anything else, right? With all the other competitives. But that is one that is very similar. And that one was also really bad. There was a lot of underage dating. There was dating groups, and there were underage people in there too, for quite some time. That was a thing too.
Mainly a hookup app, okay? And oddly enough, Tinder started out, I think it was 12 or 13 plus. They eventually changed that, which was already terrible.
What? Did I hear that correctly?
Oddly enough, Tinder started out, I think it was 12 or 13 plus.
Oh! What the fuck? No! The fuck? What? That is great. What the actual fuck? I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Eventually changed that, which was already a terrible start to begin with here. But yeah, this Wiz app, among others, are designing themselves as quote-unquote friendship apps, but they operate like dating apps. And that is problematic for so many reasons, it's hard to even narrow them down. But the first one, and the most obvious one, is that adults are going to infiltrate this kids app and exploit kids. And that's exactly what happened with Wiz and the related friendship apps. And there's hundreds of reports of kids being taken advantage of through these friendship apps, okay? Now, the takeaway of this video was very simple. This is horrible. These friendship apps are exploitative and they put kids at risk, okay? Very straightforward. That's just for context here. But what would end up happening is content creators, particularly...
I know all these girls. I know Smuggleana, Mari, VTuber, Chelsor. I know all of these girls. Welcome to the Only Diaper, Only Islands. Only Islands. Only Files.
VTubers who uploaded their reaction to Shu's video would be hit with community guideline strikes on their channel, which is a very big deal. You get locked out of your account for a week. You can't upload anything for a week. You can't stream for a week. And of course, if you end up getting 3 strikes on your channel, you're terminated. So even getting 1 is a pretty big deal because it takes 90 days for a strike to fade away. Now, Shu made this post calling out YouTube, saying, several YouTubers, Smuggleana, Mary, and Chelser, have had their videos covering my new video about the dangers of child dating apps unfairly removed from YouTube for violating TOS, while my original video is still up on YouTube. And we've seen this happen before, where the main source of what everyone's reacting to is still up, while the reactions are...
Yeah, I have had that. Remember the Nepal video, right? That I watched with the guy running around filming what's happening in Nepal? As you can tell probably, I didn't upload that. Because it was blocked. And it was blocked pretty quickly. But the original video was totally fine. The original video was totally fine. But the reaction that I tried to upload was not fine. Very interesting.
Getting punished. Very weird stuff. But she continues on to say, their requests for approval have been ignored. This is completely insane and unfair. As the creator of the original video, I'm calling for YouTube to remove the TOS strike against these 3 YouTubers, as well as any others who've been hit for covering my video. Let them cover it. It is fair.
By the way, YouTube would have never put those videos up and removed the strikes if Shu didn't say anything, by the way. Because there's people out there who have like 600k that have been banned unfairly, and they're not getting the channel back. Again, we live in times where you can win against them in court, and they're not going to put your channel back.
Fair use and not against TOS, and she tags Team YouTube and YouTube creators, saying, please fix your broken system, stop using AI to determine these things. And you can see the actual post where Smuggleana is talking about this strike she received, also Mary doing the same, and then you can see Chelser not to be forgotten down here at the bottom of the screenshot. But yeah, all of them, of course, are VTubers. And this is another example of VTubers being targeted more than anyone else. I don't think that's a secret. I think a lot of people are aware of this, whether it's Twitch or YouTube. But in this case...
Do we have another one of these fuckers? We had a fucker at Twitch that specifically went after VTubers. Do we have that again? Is the AI biased? Content creator racism?
I have not seen other examples. There could be, but the only examples I've seen of people getting strikes on their channel for reacting to Shu's video have been VTubers. And we know that when it comes to YouTube moderation, if you appeal a strike on your channel, it's almost guaranteed to be rejected, and rejected very swiftly. I've had appeals rejected on my channel in a shorter duration than the part of the video, the duration of the video that was flagged for whatever issue it had. Okay, it's a bunch of BS. We know it's AI, and it does a very terrible job. Now, another thing...
It's like really absurd. Not only do you get like, is the AI stupid and flags your video and it potentially strikes you and bans you. Not only does the AI reject your appeal, if you then go on Twitter, an AI will go into your replies and tell you what you can do. And potentially an AI talks to you in DMs. It feels like there is no human working at this company. It feels like... Remember, Kitsunero still does not have her AdSense account back. It's been 2 weeks. It's still under review. And they straight up told her that they have a lack of manpower. I wonder why.
To keep in mind here, they all got flagged for child safety, which is ironic because Shu's video is focusing on child safety and calling out these disgusting apps that are putting kids in harm's way. And also keep in mind, like, look at the size of these channels. Like, you have Smuggalana here, Mary, and also Chelzer. They're all varying in size, but overall, in terms of like their viewership on YouTube, they all have very strong performances. So they're not like random channels with like 15 views on their videos. They have tens of thousands of views on their average videos. Like, it's a pretty big deal that they're getting stomped down so freely by YouTube and getting denied and ignored by YouTube for simply reacting to this video right here. Now, there's something else interesting here. Shu also points out, on a side note, although my video was not removed, it is not reaching as many people as usual, like nothing I've ever seen before in the history of my channel. I assumed it's due to posting too close to Christmas and people being busy with the holidays, or people just not wanting to watch a video about this topic. Understandable, have a nice day. But because of other stuff, I now suspect it's being suppressed. Meanwhile, other YouTubers that react to it are having their videos completely and outright removed. And according to the person who screen recorded this, Pick 2, my video is in restricted mode, essentially shadow banned, which is completely out of the creator's control.
I didn't read the full thing, so this is new. So I was right with saying it was shadow banned. Pretty much. Don't assume you give them excuses. Yeah, that's the thing. You can't prove. Apparently, it is in restricted mode. By the way, check if you yourself, your channel, is in restricted mode in the settings. Because if you are, you will not potentially be able to see videos. Not only that, I remember when I was looking up Leaflet's channel, and their channel did not pop up whatsoever. Barely any videos did even pop up. I wonder why that was. And I feel like I'm getting the vibes that YouTube is doing this on purpose. Assume it's because of YouTube's BS shadow banning people and they get away from her vid. Makes sense, probably.
Nothing I can do about that. I don't even know this was a thing. But my channel will be fine. The more important issue is the smaller channels being struck over covering my video. It's just crazy how we can't cover basically the news, yet this stuff can be covered on mainstream TV. Very good point there. But what she's talking about with the performance, you can see this video performed basically at a rate of about half of what she normally gets. That's not complaining.
Yeah, that is quite not normal. That is very not normal. There could be something off. There could be something very off. There's a chance that something is very off here. It exists.
She's not complaining about like, oh, woe is me. Why did everyone leave me and not pay attention? But no, it's just looking at the data and saying this is performing in about half of the view count as normal. And you can see it just basically plateaued pretty quickly. Okay, there's no growth there. And this is the interesting part she mentioned about the video being restricted. I talked about this a couple months ago. It's a very weird thing, but there is a setting right there in your YouTube settings where you can activate restricted mode. And when you do this on Shu's channel, not just the latest one, but many videos disappear. And
yep. Yeah, that's something that's happening. So yeah, if you are assuming that that's the case, please check that. It wasn't activated for me, but please check that, because that might be the case. That might be very much the case.
And if you do that on my channel, same thing. Like half of my videos are gone. And this is probably the case with anyone who does.
A large portion of my videos are gone too. The only thing that sticks around are literally the Pokemon videos, that's it. And some of those are gone too, so yeah, there's a lot of them that are just gone.
Content edgier than like filming paint dry, okay? It's a very weird system, and this is not an age restriction, this is not demonetization, this is not a community guideline thing. It's a totally different mode that you can't appeal, and they don't give you a reason for it. It's very bizarre to see what kinds of videos are flagged by this, and also it seems to correlate with a lesser performance, and yeah, very weird stuff. But on top of that, you have shadow bans, videos getting demonetized or age restricted. There's so many things that can factor into your video basically getting screwed over by YouTube. We even talked about a situation this summer where for about a month around August, my channel and basically anyone who's somewhat related or covers related topics, our viewership went down by 50% for no reason.
Yeah, remember when essentially they cut desktop viewers in half? Pretty much. Because that did happen. Basically, desktop viewers were cut in half. Which was really weird. Meanwhile, Twitch had the whole lurker issue where essentially lurkers were not counted. Which nuked a lot of like content creators who had like streamers who had like 50 viewers down to like single digits. Really interesting.
And yet our revenue was all the same. It was just like a weird way of like trying to artificially make your numbers on your channel look worse for about a month. At that point, I just kind of like theorized that maybe YouTube, instead of trying to just ban people and cause controversy, like to get rid of the unwanteds, the problematic channels, they just wanted to instead lower their numbers and make them feel bad, so maybe they just off themselves instead. I don't know. That's just a theory, a game theory. But eventually, Team YouTube would reply to Shu's original call out and say the creator's videos you shared above were reinstated with age restrictions. Womp womp. You'll also see that your video was age restricted. Oh, well, that's great. Great going, guys. While this content may not be appropriate for all audiences, we recognize the educational/documentary context. So we want to make sure it can stay on the platform while still protecting the broader community. More on how we handle this type of stuff, yeah.
The problem is that that's stupid. Okay, how do I say this? YouTube is retarded. Because if you age restrict it, that tells the content creator that he should not make content. That he should not show that this is happening. Which means that if their channel focused on protecting children, talking about these topics, they're gonna get age restricted and demonetized. meaning they won't make money, which means if they won't make money, they can't focus on protecting children, meaning that you're actively working against protecting children, which doesn't surprise me because, then again, most of YouTube Kids content is sexualized AI slop. It does not surprise me, which is why this doesn't work. You're stupid, this doesn't work.
Yada, yada, yada. So if you didn't really catch that, they added in that they basically reinstated all these channels, their videos. Like Smuggleana, she reports here that they're back. But of course, it's like, thanks? Still weird that this ever happened in the first place. Supposedly, a human reviewed this after the AI took it down and held up the AI's decision. Even after the appeal, it took a second human to look at it and decide it's okay. That's like the biggest farce ever, too. When they give you the appeal rejection, they say this was through human review. They promise you this
was not through human review. This probably goes through AI. The AI takes it down, the AI reviews it a second time, and then the human does it. Sorry, but I don't believe them.
is through human review. It obviously is not. But also we get a response from Chelser saying, my warning is gone, so I'm good to let the Shoe on Head video return. I said it at 10 a.m. and it's got an 18 plus audience only, but that is a huge improvement. Yeah, that's another thing YouTube did do that was well. They made it so the first time you get a violation on your channel, you get a warning, and then anything after that, then it becomes strike 1, 2, and 3. But of course, things can happen very quickly. But anyways, I'm not sure if Mari has replied yet, or Mary has replied yet, but we'll have to see about that. But I'm sure they're happy. Anyways, she would
Hey, I can. That means I can get a warning before I get castrated. That's kind of cool. I didn't expect that. If I would lie and say it's human functioning the issue, what can we do? Yeah, then you can't really do anything. But I'm pretty sure that's actually the truth. It went through the AI flagged it and struck those channels, or warned those channels. Then you send a review process, the AI reviews it, because I don't believe that a human is actually behind this, because of any rational human being who looks at this would understand that this is educational, for educational and documentary reasons. So the second check is the human, not the first check. 100%.
react to Team YouTube's response, basically saying, oh, thanks. It is now age restricted. They're like, yeah, we reinstated their videos, but we age restricted yours. Interesting response there. But of course, there's a pretty big takeaway from this situation. I'm sure it's obvious. It is very, very sad that even in 2025, the only way content creators can even get a chance to get glaring issues with their channel fixed is to get massive uproar. Even with this, I mean, it took some time to get the ball rolling with.
Even with that, that's not enough. The guy that won against them in court went viral on Twitter, and his channel was not reinstated. You can't do nothing. You can do literally nothing to protect yourself. Nothing. You are at their mercy, and if they decide they don't want you anymore, you are gone.
YouTube. It took someone like Shu, who has a very big influence on the related platforms, to do a call out. Because even with, I know that the 3 VTubers in question, they're considered smaller channels, but they're not like a channel with like 200 subscribers. You know, they still have pretty great influence as far as I'm concerned. So it's pretty sad that's what it took, right? And then we have another situation I'd like to talk about, kind of related. We're going to talk about Kitsu here, okay?
Oh, that's good. That's really good. Yes, that's really good. That's really good. Yeah, Kitsu's AdSense account was nuked. And she's been waiting for anybody to look at this for 2 weeks now. This is also not a small channel. This is still 90,000 subs. This is still not a small channel, but yeah, she's affected by this as well.
I'm sure a lot of you have heard of her. And recently she had her AdSense account completely disabled. This happened on December 12th. Now, I find the timing suspicious because at that time, or around that time, she was getting like mass attacked by a bunch of like people who hate VTubers, but you know, that's just a theory at this point. But not, you know, either way, she
The peanut people.
has lost her AdSense. And what that means is, by the way, you're losing your ability to get paid by YouTube. Okay, it's basically a full channel demonetization. You can't make any more money, and you're completely locked. And I cannot, for a second, even begin to understand why this would happen to someone like Kitsu. Again, another VTuber, in case you're confused. It's another VTuber. And
Well, it says there she was falsely flagged for her account for ban evasion. She's never had an account that was banned or disabled. So this doesn't make sense. The AI just flagged it, and that was it.
also did the restricted mode on her channel, and it's like 90% of her videos. I find that to be an interesting correlation, but she would make another post basically saying, at Team YouTube and YouTube, I'm happy to see creators get their videos reinstated, but I happen to think that this was done because Shoeonhead called you out, a really big creator. But when me, a mid-sized creator, almost 90,000 subs, is facing a problem, I'm told the following by your employees. There's an ongoing delay in reviewing appeals for some creators, primarily due to limited manpower and a backlog in the review process, end quote. Some creators, limited manpower, backlog. My AdSense has been falsely disabled on the 12th of December. It's now been over 2 weeks. I've been told it's the holidays and they can't do anything, but I see them responding to Shu's post in solving the issue, and I can't help but to feel disappointed and that my channel isn't big enough to get the right people.
I'm gonna say this. I think we as content creators need to push for laws. We need to push for laws that literally tell that platforms literally have to tell you with absolute and undoubtable proof that you did what you did. Timestamps. In this case, show the account that was linked to the AdSense account for ban evasion. We need that. Because otherwise these platforms can just do what they want, ban how they want you. I feel like the only way to really solve this, have fucking laws. To protect content creators. Just straight up laws. That's the only way I see this working.
Involved, and this is the response from YouTube, or, you know, what I'm sure is a very real person over there. But yeah, I'll put a link to this as well if you want to help out and get more attention to this. But the takeaway from today's video is that YouTube has a lot to work on when it comes to their moderation, and unfortunately they have shifted even harder into AI usage for that. And very bold claim. I expect it's only going to get worse before it gets better. And unfortunately, it takes so much attention just to get a simple response to a very blatant issue on their platform. This is why a lot of people get very frustrated when it comes to YouTube, because, yeah, it shouldn't take all of that to get an answer, while there's some other glaring issues that completely get ignored on a daily basis. It just doesn't get any better. But you know what? There's a lot of great things about YouTube, but yeah, moderation, a lot of problems there. But anyways, that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share.
Yeah, it's that simple. It's that simple. This platform is on a downward spiral. It's going to get worse. I'm going to see myself get nuked at one point. I do believe so. I do believe so that this is going to eventually happen to me too with this. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. That's why I'm desperately trying, for example, to remove anything that may have that may get me copyrighted. I see something, I upload something, I see gets copyrighted, I'm immediately removing it. Like, there's a copyright stuff in yesterday's stream, I immediately went onto the editing tool and removed that immediately. Muted the sections, edited the music out on that one. I'm not taking any risks. I am not taking any risks whatsoever. I don't want to be next on the topic block. Anyways, I think creators need to band together more to actively fight YouTube, it seems. That's the only way to actually deal with this. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. We all will, probably. Imagine the AI just flags you as a viewer. Like, oh, you've false ban evasion. You can no longer use YouTube. That kind of energy. I could see that happening too. Eventually the viewers are just gonna get nuked. Let's watch this one. Let's watch something more funny. Why not? Let's watch something more funny. Let's watch the AI trailers again. I need something more funny.
From Bigfoot Feed.
This is gonna be once again another one of these, huh? It's gonna be funny again. I could see it. We're gonna watch something funny, and then we're gonna watch something horror related. Why not? So here we go again. Round 2. There's just many things to fix. Yeah. True. Round 2, guys. Sorry AI Disney trailers gone wrong by Bigfoot Feed. This is also gonna be diabolical. The last one was crazy work, so I am expecting the worst. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate your support. We'll jump in. This is not gonna be great. This already looks like not autism, Down syndrome.
From Bigfoot Feed.
I like it when the cheese gets all crispy on the edges.
Me too. The corner piece? That's the best.
That's diabolical. That is diabolical already.
Saved it?
For you, Chromeo and Juliet.
Chromeo and Juliet. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's crazy. Chromeo and Juliet is crazy work.
So, what did you get me for Christmas?
I'll give you a hint. I just got it waxed.
No way, you got me a new car!
This holiday season, get ready for a gift you won't see.
Goof. Goof is peak. Bro.
Another small one? Too tiny, too chewy, too meh. Is it too much to
She wanted more. No.
ask for a hot dog that's actually hot dog size?
Try this one.
Whoa.
Foot long, fresh off
Foot long, a taste of something big.
the grill.
It's perfect. Shh. I'm not even using my hands.
Then what is that clapping every time you take a step?
Oh.
It's her ass. It's her ass. It's her ass cheeks clapping.
That's my cheeks.
It's like pulsating. The jiggle is too strong.
Only in theaters.
Yacht!
Coming soon.
Meet Jacob, a man on his 16th gap year.
Honey, maybe it's time to get a job. I'm escaping the Matrix, Mom!
Escaping the Matrix.
This spring, adventure comes knocking.
Gap year. What the fuck?
But Jacob might not answer.
They said prison was about strength, but one wrong move
He dropped the soap. Oh no.
can change everything.
Keep your eyes open, kid.
You drop your guard, you lose more than a bar of soap. From Bigfoot Feed. Don't drop
the soap. Mod, true.
the soap based on a moment that went too far.
From Bigfoot Feed comes a story about fixing what's broken and finding what you weren't looking for.
After you finish with that, I'm gonna need you to lay another pipe.
Okay.
Laying pipe this summer.
You okay there?
Yeah, totally.
It's gooning time.
She's only 6.7 miles away!
It's going time. Holy fuck, that AI going crazy here. Asmund Gold, but not fat.
Bonnie Blueberry!
Bonnie Blueberry, oh no.
Nah, fam.
Hot singles near me.
Oh, he was catfished. Hot singles near me.
From Bigfoot Feed Animation.
What is this?
Meow meow.
I was already expecting that. Meow meow.
Where the mystery is half
Meow meow, where the mysteries have the fun.
the fun.
From Bigfoot Feed Animation, a couple searching for inner peace
Let's begin with a gentle downward dog.
finds an unexpected challenge.
Where am I supposed to look right now?
Maybe not there.
Downward chaos.
Coming up on the bow.
Look at her.
The controller feels good.
That is diabolical. It's the fucking submarine that imploded. Oh my god, Ocean Gate, was it not?
Like it's made for this.
Let's get closer.
Closer? We're already closer.
Easy.
Wait!
Hold on.
Titan.
I'll be back around 6-7, okay? Did you not see the sign that says never say 6-7? This is my first day.
6-7 syndrome.
There's a better left unsaid.
From Bigfoot Feed Animation.
Y'all serve chicken?
Yes?
One family, one dinner, one rule.
Ready, set, go!
Move, move, move! Not today, babe!
This summer, the stakes are dinner plate high.
Dine and Dash 2.
Dine and Dash.
I have to get stronger. I think I can do it now.
¿De veras, Flequín? Míralo, my strong chico.
I did it for you, and maybe for the tortas too.
Torta Pounder. That is diabolical. Oh my god, that is horrendous. These are so unhinged. The Torta Pounder.
You're my hero, Flaco.
This spring, inhale and push the hips back just a little more. Deep breath. Feel the stretch.
Yeah, that's deep. Too deep.
From Bigfoot Feed Animation.
Is it supposed to feel like I'm folding into another dimension?
Hey, buddy. Want to toss the ball around?
Daddy,
Whoa, Dad.
are you okay?
Morning.
How did this happen? What the fuck? That's UDuck representation? No!
Dad.
Morning, Peanut.
Dad,
Hey.
you look different.
Sweetheart, you can't tell anyone about this, okay?
I won't, because you're a superhero, right?
Something like that.
Him, she, every
Him, she, every hero has another side.
hero has another.
This is so great.
That's never gonna fit. That's never gonna fit. That is too big. That is too big.
Tastes fishy.
Oh, that's too big. That's too large. That is too mass. How did she fit? Oh.
Oh no.
Fishy taste.
You're clear. Almost there. Made it.
Wrong window, mofo.
Caught lacking.
I just feel tiny.
You said it's only 3 inches?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh.
From Bigfoot Feed comes a story about
3-incher. Jack and the Wonder Cucumber. Oh my god, 3-incher.
measuring up in your own way.
Being small doesn't mean I can't be enough.
Ricky thought his battle was over.
Not again. No.
But the itch came back, and it's worse. And he's not the only one.
You feel it too? It's like fire ants.
To stop it from spreading.
Something's irritating the whole city.
Something's irritating the whole city. You should straight up STDs.
We find it. We end it. He'll have to face the burn head on.
Sweetheart? Yeah, Mom? Your dad's not home. Make me a cream pie. Oh, what? I can't even cook it!
Sweet home Alabama. What a lucky guy.
Then you'd better learn fast.
From Bigfoot Feed, the studio behind the littlest lighthouse, comes a recipe for adventure, family, and a
cream pie too.
dash of flour. Cream pie too.
Dang thing's jammed. Won't budge.
Move over, Sheriff. Just needs a little lubrication. You gotta give it that hawk tua.
From Bigfoot
Hawk Tua.
Feed Animation.
Well, I'll be at work.
Comes a Western tale
Spit on that thing.
where a little grit
And a little spit.
can open any gate.
We in Paris. Let's get a croissant.
Monsieur, we do not take EBT in France.
Oh
Bigfoot Feed presents Ninjas in Paris.
Now that's good spaghetti.
Dad, this is Tony, my boyfriend.
Huh?
Dad! Dad, wait, Dad!
Look at this thing.
Tiny.
I've been watching.
Look at this thing. Tiny. Spit on that thing. True or nah, bro?
Maybe it needs a little patience. Give it some attention. Attention? It's a cucumber, not a puppy. Just try. Fine. Whoa! Told ya. It's
Grower. Give it a minute.
a grower, not a shower.
What is this stuff?
Wait, is that condom? Whoa!
Hi.
You're alive?
From Bigfoot Feed
And
Animation
it lives.
comes the story of a boy
Let's roll, buddy.
and the sock who stuck with him.
No, that's his use. No, I know what sock that is. Oh no.
Best day ever!
Yeah, it
Sticky sock. Oh.
kind of is.
Sticky sock. Coming soon.
From Bigfoot Feed, life with your boyfriend was perfect.
Until his eyes decided to wander.
Distracted boyfriend.
I'm looking at the
Distracted boyfriend.
menu, I swear!
You don't even like kale smoothies.
I'm trying, okay?
This summer, love gets a little out.
Woo! This beat is insane! It's time! Everybody in. Scooch, scooch. I brought the extra strength powder. Oh no! I feel great! I love this song!
Powder room. Accurate depiction.
Wait a minute. If I just eat until I'm too full to work, I could collect welfare and live for free. I need to tell the world.
She turned a simple thought into something everyone could share.
A taste of hope.
Dad, I'm going upstairs.
With who?
I'm busy with my friends again.
What? Later.
Heading to the library.
Totally the library.
The library closes at 9.
Then I'll read fast.
She's lying to me. She's
For the streets? That is insane. That is... this shit is that unhinged. Accurate depiction once again.
Maybe I just want to figure things out myself.
not on my watch.
From Bigfoot Feed, everything was perfect until the honeymoon was over. Our bear
My crazy Indian wife. Somax, this is how I imagine you. This is how I imagine you.
Yep, she's mad again.
My crazy Indian wife, this summer.
How did it get so big?
I'm just right-handed.
Oh. Oh.
Time to shine, little guy.
From Bigfoot Feed comes a story about balancing who you are and who you want to be. My Right Arm, coming this summer.
From Bigfoot Feed Animation comes the story of one man shipping his dream to the world.
Every box, every mile, it's a promise I have to
Yes, definitely, that's me. Yes, I know. That's crazy.
keep. Pablo built a business too fast.
White trail of success. Jeez.
Do not let him slip!
From Bigfoot Feed, she wears fur by day.
Help, I'm dating a goth furry. I mean, hear me out. Hear me out.
Bite? It's shaped like a bone.
And black lipstick by night.
You ready to howl, sweetheart?
He's just trying to keep up.
Relax, you're doing great.
But when two worlds collide, love gets complicated.
There he is.
Mom, Dad's walking funny.
Hey, Diamond. Hey, little man. This is Santiago.
Hi. Dad's got a husband?
Okay.
Diabolical. Diabolical.
Hi, Santiago.
Thanks for coming. Means more than you know.
You look happy.
I am. So, do I get 2 dads now?
If you want one.
Cool.
Favorite soup, extra croutons. Husband of the year, coming in hot.
Oh, hey, you must
Oh, another cucking one.
be Anthony. I'm Tyrone, Ava's work husband.
Her what?
From Bigfoot Feed Animation Studios comes the story of one good guy learning to shoot.
Work husband. Yeah, it was cucking. Peak. Absolute cinema. Absolute fucking cinema. Yeah, very interesting. Definitely. Yeah, that was horrible. Another one of these. That is horrible. These are horrible, but they're peak, but they're really horrible. Okay, the worst one. What was the one with the sock? Was clearly the worst one. The one with the sticky sock. That was clearly the worst one. Very clearly. No doubt about it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was not nice. That was horrible. That was very horrible. Help. Joe definitely does have a sticky sock. I'm 100% believing that Joe has a sticky sock. 100%. Definitely. Most certainly. I believe that. I do believe that. Guys, quick bathroom break. I will be right back. And I also need to feed the cats. So yeah, I'll be right back. And then we'll do the horror one. Some of the horror stuff. Why not? Wow, for torrent, okay. What water? So stressful. So stressful. So stressful. Life's stressful. Recently. Sorry it took a little longer. Because, at the time with my little brother, because he asked me, he was gonna go to party stuff and asked me to tag along. But I said, nah. Simple. For how long is he gone? For thousands. I've been gone for thousands of years. It's been 1 billion years. Simple, huh? Crazy. Let's look at this. This sounded interesting. It sounded interesting. Yeah, let's have a look at this. Very interesting.
In the mid-2010s, the internet was...
Okay, I was like, wait, where's the audio? It just comes in later. Huh. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Okie dokie. I'm curious where this is gonna go. Okay, perfect. Audio should be fine. Alright, let's listen to this. Let's see what this is about. Alrighty. Horrors on the Arabic internet. I am curious what this is about. This is by Farrell McGuire. I think that's how you say it. Maybe. I don't know. I think that's how you say it. Yeah, we'll jump in. We'll jump in. I am curious. It's probably gonna talk about stuff that is on the Arabic internet. Probably like horror channels, Arabic horror channels, maybe? Who knows? Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Here we go.
In the mid-2010s, the internet was busy developing its own unique genres of horror content. Before this era, the majority of spooky stuff you would find online would more or less be the same sort of content you could find offline, like scary commercials or clips from horror movies. But over the 2010s, creepypastas...
Now go change your shorts and go back to work. Funny.
Internet mysteries and ARGs would become essential parts of internet culture, creating a whole new subsection of horror media that only exists on the internet. Here in the West, we typically focus on the same few flavors of internet horror. Reddit mysteries, online rabbit holes, analog horror, you probably all know it pretty well by now. But during this...
not the fucking dolphin face thingy. That looks so uncanny. Don't like it. Yeah, but analog horror is usually pretty good. Analog horror is usually pretty good.
Formative period in the mid-2010s, other parts of the world were also busy developing their own unique takes on internet horror. Like for example, the Russian Death Files, which is a genre we've talked about often on this channel. Our first topic for today is one such unique non-Western niche of internet horror. On February 18th, 2017, new YouTuber Abdullah Al-Ambari would make his first upload. The video is a fairly standard urban exploration of the Khaybar fort in Saudi Arabia. Abdullah takes us around, tells us a bit of backstory to the fort, and that's it. Nothing out of the ordinary happens. At least not until his second video, which was put up only 5 days later. This clip is another urban exploration, this time of an abandoned hospital in the city of Mecca. The first thing you'll notice is some issues Abdullah is seemingly having with this camera, which appears to be glitching every so often.
That was... I don't see any big issues with the camera. I do, however, I thought I heard a voice, which is not fun.
The second thing you'll notice is the overall different feeling of this video. While his first upload was bright, open, and displaying an interesting piece of history, this one is dark, claustrophobic, and showing us a decrepit building. We can only really see whatever Abdullah is pointing his flashlight at, and there's an eeriness that seems to pervade this entire video. Occasionally, we come across a dirty mattress on the ground.
Well, that makes sense. It is an abandoned It is an abandoned building after all.
And as our cameraman gets deeper and deeper into the hospital, we can hear the increasingly loud sounds of a call to prayer
Well, mattresses in the in the hospital. Not surprising.
that's been unrecognizably warped by the echoing empty stone hallways.
سامعين؟ طبيعي.
Eventually, Abdullah makes it onto the roof of the building, which is when the tension plaguing the rest of the video seems to dissipate. We're no longer peeking around dark corners, the call to prayer sounds much more normal up here, and this is also where the video ends. While this clip is undeniably tense and creepy, it's a little hard to call it horror. But Abdullah wasn't done there.
It's just a little weird. I wouldn't call it horror. Just like odd and weird. And a weird change in style, which is also kind of odd. Sure. But I don't see anything crazy going on here. I guess a few camera glitches. Though those could also be edited, who knows.
His next video will make it clear just which direction he was planning to take his channel in. The title of his next upload tells us that during this next Urbex adventure, he encountered a jinn. Alright, we gotta take a second here to go over what jinns are. In Western culture, we typically separate spirits into two categories, ghosts and demons. Demons are always bad, and ghosts are usually bad, but sometimes they can be good. Demons are inhuman supernatural creatures, whereas ghosts are implied to be the spirit of a person who's died. While there are demons in Arabic culture, most supernatural beings fall into the category of jinns.
There's good jinns and there's bad jinns, as far as I'm aware.
Or as you may know them, genies. A jinn is not really a ghost, but is also more similar to a human than a ghost is. A ghost is kind of implied to be between the realms of the living and the realms of the dead, but jinns very much live on this mortal plane of existence. Just like humans, they have free will and can even live as practicing Muslims, which will help them when they die because in Islam, jinns are subject to the same divine judgment from God that humans are. Jinns are usually invisible, but can shapeshift and appear as whatever creature or being they choose to. They typically live in dark, desolate, and abandoned places deep in the desert. Their intentions towards people are more or less neutral. You can think of jinns as like a race of humanoid cryptids that live alongside humans, sometimes helping us, sometimes hurting us. Abdullah's third video starts with him walking in the desert alone at night, only carrying a flashlight and his camera. He's walking up to another abandoned fortress.
Yeah, that would make me... Why is it... Oh, I have to ask this. What is the weird obsession with running around with a flashlight in the middle of the night in the dark? What is that? Stop.
This one apparently has a reputation for being inhabited by jinn. Only 2 minutes into the video, just as he's approaching the entrance to the fortress, this happens.
الحسن من المنطقة الوسطى. أحاول أسجل قدر الإمكان بأسرع وقت المقاطع لكن ما ألحق. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إيش هذا؟
Motherfucker, is that a person? What the fuck? Yeah, I'd run the other way around. Like, I'd not, like, I take my feet into my hands and I'd just run. It's fun poker. No, it's not. No, it is not. No. Nope.
شايفين؟
As indicated by the always useful red circle, Abdullah appears to have already come across a jinn before even setting foot into the supposedly haunted fortress. He calls out to the creature but receives no response, so apparently not feeling any sort of fear or hesitation at this.
I just got jump scared by my dad. He opened the door outside and I could see it and I was like, the door is opening. I was like, holy shit. My father jump scared me. Peak absolute cinema. Crazy.
Seemingly frightening situation, he begins to walk towards the entity, but when he gets to the entrance, it's no longer there. The rest of the video is much like the last, a tense urban exploration video of a dark and decrepit place. Putting this supposed jinn sighting at the beginning of this clip was probably just a tactic to drive viewership, but would Abdullah also succeed?
Probably. But to be fair, that's usually the case. Yeah, that's usually the case. To drive up viewership, obviously. Makes sense.
In doing was planting the seeds for a homegrown and entirely Arabic form of internet horror: Arab ghost hunting. Ghost hunting in the West typically follows a very particular format that you're almost certainly familiar with. A team of quote-unquote paranormal experts enter a supposedly haunted place, set up a bunch of fancy equipment, and try to capture evidence of the supernatural. Not much usually happens in these investigations, and when things do happen, there are usually vague sounds or faint orbs captured on camera. These shows and videos always present themselves as scientific investigations of something that's inherently unscientific, and they often end up being a little boring and dry because of it. Arab ghost hunting, on the other hand, is a whole different beast. There's no fancy equipment, just brave adventurers with their flashlight.
What the fuck? Just a random dude hanging. Crazy. Dude, I said it again and again. Never call for that entity. Just say, I'm not here to harm and run away. I'll be real. I'm not saying anything. I'm just running. Because what if it's actually not an entity? What if it's a human? And next you know, you'll end up on a grill to be eaten. No, that was not funny. Because the door sprung open. And I was like, what the fuck? Huh? Because I was looking at the screen, and then in the corner of my eye, out of the window, the door springs open, and I was like, what the fuck? Just like, boom. I was like, what the fuck? Crazy. And my little brother is harassing me with that stupid party, and I have no interest in going there.
It's in cell phone cameras. This is the WWE version of ghost hunting, and is infinitely more entertaining. While Abdullah's first couple of videos are fairly tame, he would up the ante significantly as he became more and more popular.
شوفوا أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم شوفوا لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله مات بسم الله إيش
Diabolical. Just random stuff dropping around. To be fair, it's really the classic, to be honest. Yeah, but they're a lot more aggressive in their approach.
شوفوا كيف لين هناك هذه الممرات كلها كاملة بسم الله.
That looked like the average Muslim woman. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. That looked like the average. Also, it's like random dudes hanging from the ceiling. Crazy. I want the ghost one day to call me slurs. He just angrily screams at whatever's behind the door. And whoever's behind the door. They use the Arab parents' way. True. They're just like screaming aggressively at it. Not gonna lie, that probably would be my mom would react this way if like she saw the door slapping open and closing again. Just screaming at it violently while walking towards it.
I think what makes these videos so unsettling isn't just the paranormal activity. A lot of the creepiness is driven by the setting. Remember when I said how jinns are thought to inhabit dark and abandoned places deep in the desert? All these Arab ghost hunting channels follow this idea, and these videos are mostly filmed in these really creepy, decrepit buildings. Even if there were no dark figures crossing into view, or doors slamming, or sounds of distant screaming echoing through the empty hallways, these videos would still be pretty creepy. There are two main channels that pioneer—
Oh no. A dude with a bald head is looking at me. Horrible. What will scare me if I scare them first? Scare the ghost. That's a new way of doing it.
Arab ghost hunting. One of them is obviously Abdullah Al-Ambari. The other one though is Hassan Barbar. Hassan Barbar started his channel about a year and a half after Abdullah Al-Ambari. The content is very similar. Vertical cell phone videos showing abandoned Middle Eastern buildings illuminated by a flashlight with the occasional encounter with jinns. Where Hassan differs though is—
I'll be real. This looks more like cult members. Bro, out there, Voldemort. Also, did you just have like a walking stick and like wagging it at the black hooded person? Crazy.
The directness of his paranormal encounters. In Abdullah Al-Ambari's videos, the horror tends to be pretty similar to something like a found footage movie. You never really see the jinns up close, you only ever catch vague glimpses of them moving in the distance. What you do see are the things the jinns are doing, like doors slamming, loud strange sounds, or objects breaking. I think keeping the thing terrorizing you as an unknown is a good way to make horror more effective, but Hassan Barber has a very different way of doing things. In his videos, he almost always gets up close and personal with jinns. Usually this manifests as Hassan walking up to a hooded figure that has their back towards the camera, and then they have a conversation. The voices of these jinns generally tends to be pretty strange, and they all seem to speak with this weird cadence.
أنا جاي بدي تعملي لي سحر. بدفع. تقتل واحدة من الناس. أقتل واحدة منكم؟
That sounds like the average woman with I don't know, throat issues. This lady has a cold, clearly. Very clearly. Very clearly. Okay, me back. Welcome back.
طب أشوف وجهك.
You know what this sounds like? Like a fucking chicken. Like a rooster in the morning. This sounded like a rooster. The last one in the morning.
أنت مين؟ أنت إيش؟ أنت مين؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the following video, Hassan is walking through the hills of Jordan alone at night. As always, only armed with a flashlight and a cell phone. He eventually spots a lone figure standing still in a ravine in the distance. He walks
When are we getting just straight up people breaking into mental asylums? Outlast style? When is that happening? I'm waiting for it. The fact that nothing like that is out there is actually surprising. At this point, I'm waiting for it.
Towards it and gets close enough to talk to it, but the jinn doesn't say anything. It just stands there staring at Hassan. The jinn's face seems to be obscured by long, light hair, but from what we can see of his face, it appears to have darkish gray skin. At some points in the video, the jinn will open and close his mouth erratically as if it's talking in some frantic manner, but no sound appears to come out.
غريب. أنت بشر أنت. إخوان إيش هذا؟
Well, I do hear sounds coming from that. That's probably a skinwalker. All skinwalkers. It's just, I do hear clicking noises.
Hassan continues to try to talk to the jinn, but to no avail, and he eventually decides to leave, turning his back every few seconds to make sure the jinn is still in the same spot.
إنه والله وين هذا؟ وين راح؟ إخوان والله كان هون. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان.
I don't know, man. The sheer absurdity of this is enough to make it creepy. Not much else really happens in the video.
To be fair, if it got that close, I'd throw hands. You catching a hand. I don't care what happens after that, but you catching a hand.
After that weird jump scare, Hassan mostly just backs away from the jinn until the video ends. In another face-to-face encounter with a jinn, Hassan is giving his intro to the camera when he gets interrupted by a voice calling out to him in the distance.
صندوق الوصف والكل يدعم يا إخوان. يمكنك الدخول. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وينك؟
Hassan cuts his intro short and begins searching for whoever was trying to talk to him. He begins shining his flashlight through the halls of an obviously long abandoned building.
Why would you though? Why would you though? There's actual real videos of crazy people just hiding in buildings. Why would you though? Logically speaking. They're of course fake, but logically speaking, why would you?
Building, and he eventually sees a dark figure standing at the end of one of them.
Hey.
لقد عرفت.
عرفتني؟
نعم.
مين أنا؟
إنك من تريد أن تفشي السر.
أفشي السر؟
The Jinn and Hassan begin following each other around this abandoned building, carrying on a conversation that appears to be mostly made up of the Jinn asking Hassan nonsense riddles. The Jinn in this case just appears to be a guy wearing tape on his face. It's so simple and stupid on the surface, but just like the last video, the sheer absurdity of this situation combined with the setting is enough to make this pretty creepy in a surreal way.
So realistically, the only thing I need is abandoned buildings, a dude with tape on his face, and the flashlight, and that's it.
Hassan Barber has a ton of videos, each with their own wacky twist on what a Jinn is. While the Jinns in Abdullah Al-Ambari's videos tend to follow a more Western form of ghosts and hauntings, Hassan appears to stick closer to the more traditional idea of Jinns. Not really ill-intentioned ghosts, but rather another race of human-like creatures with supernatural powers that live alongside us. With a traditional Jinn being neutral towards us, an encounter with one of them is more likely to be just weird.
Can Jinns be female? Lore-wise, can Jinns be female? Stupid. Why? Good question. Because apparently it's funny.
Weird than bad or good. Maybe this doesn't always make for scarier videos, but I think it does make them quite a bit more interesting and unique. Arab ghost hunting creators have garnered huge followings over the
Because if they are, I'm cracking. Hi Cookies, how you doing? You been good? Are you reacting to videos? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yeah, I'd crack. If there were female Jinns. Jin Woo. Sure, Shadow Clips. Sure. Hi, how are you doing? Have you been good? Hello.
years. Hassan Barber, for example, has almost 900,000 subscribers on YouTube and close to 2 million followers on TikTok. With so much attention on these videos, it's no surprise that Arab ghost hunting has blossomed into its own niche, with countless smaller creators replicating the format, which has also brought about new trends in the genre. Like, for example, there's a sort of reckless fearlessness in a lot of Arab ghost hunting videos. When some of these investigators hear jinns...
I'm waiting for, like, ghost hunting videos. Where they eventually just start throwing hands with a ghost. Just like WWE. At this point. Or just some indie animation I found around that looks nice. Probably not, because I get copyrighted. And the stream would get taken down. Animations are really dangerous. That's the problem. That's usually something that's really dangerous. Cheese. The cheese of truth.
During somewhere in the depths of one of these abandoned buildings, it doesn't strike any kind of fear. Instead, they break out in a mad dash towards the source of the sound.
That is so silly. That is so silly. You just walk and then just someone in a white robe just runs past you. That's so silly. So amateur and silly. Doesn't have copyright. All own made to my knowledge. Oh, they can still have copyright. Don't worry about that one. But sure, if you have a name, I can check and then go by the feeling. Just film slams, nothing in there. Obviously. It's just dudes being silly.
Like anything in life, Arab ghost hunting was not born in a vacuum. In fact, the format is almost a carbon copy of this supposedly real viral video from many years ago.
دور شايف غفلة
The video begins with what seems to be
Wait, is that the clip of like that old chick just like wiggling towards them? Dude, be like, scare your mama, bitch. Like wiggling slowly. Would you ever go into a forest that is with trying to pretend a friend or relative? Insert demonic Sukuna look with his hands rubbing together. I'm cracking skinwalkers.
A view out the front of a car on a desert road at night. As the clip goes on, a white figure slowly makes its way into the shot. The person appears hunched over and walks with a very strange gait. They use a cane to keep themselves upright. As they make their way towards the car, the driver appears to get spooked and begins frantically reversing. And just like an animal whose predator instinct has been activated, the strange figure begins chasing the car, eliciting screams from those within it.
Yeah, that clip I know. Okay, noted, Cookie. I'll look at that later. The wiggles. It's now it's gonna frantically wiggle towards them.
At some point, the hunched over entity turns away from the car, but the vehicle turns towards them, I guess to keep track of where they are using the headlights, and then this happens.
Sorry, but I feel like the natural reaction to this would be to whoever is this, just run them over. I think that would be the natural reaction for most people. Just run it over. It's that simple.
There's a pretty good chance you've seen this clip before. When it comes to creepy and unexplained videos on YouTube, this one's been passed around a lot over the years. The most popular upload of it currently has more than 3 million views. Its title reads, Saudi Arabia Police Encounter a Real Witch. While this version may have been put up on YouTube in October 2017, it most certainly isn't the earliest known upload. In fact, this video has a very strange history on the internet. When you start digging into the origins of this clip, you'll notice that it's very difficult to put together any sort of concrete story behind it, even with a detail as simple as the country it was filmed in. While the most popular upload says it was filmed in Saudi Arabia, several other versions say it was filmed in different cities in India. This upload says it was filmed in Bhutan. The British tabloid The Daily Star wrote an article in 2016 saying that the video was filmed in India, while the Huffington Post have wrote a different article a year earlier stating that the video was filmed in Lancashire in the UK. You know, the fake
everywhere. Video worldwide here. Every place. Everywhere. Yeah, definitely. That definitely looked like the UK. Definitely.
famous deserts of Lancashire. None of this speculation ultimately matters though, because the voices in the video are speaking Arabic, and the clip does appear to be filmed in some sort of desert-like place, so I think we can assume that it was at least filmed in an Arabic country. But there is another piece of evidence to support that it could have been filmed specifically in Saudi Arabia. Despite the conservative nature of Islam, belief in the supernatural
Broski, that's just the average Muslim woman again. I'm sorry.
is actually somewhat common in Muslim culture. Witches and jinns are not fictional concepts to many Arab people in the Middle East, they're simply a fact of life. So much so that in 2009, the Saudi Arabian government formally organized an anti-witchcraft unit to deal with the threats posed by black magic to the public. This has more or less caused a modern-day witch hunt in the country, with 118 people arrested on charges of witchcraft in 2009 alone. By 2011, the unit had brought about almost 600 arrests related to witchcraft and black magic, which mostly targeted foreign workers from Africa and other parts of Asia. Is it possible that this really is a clip
So just hidden racism? A classic.
Of two Saudi police officers investigating a potential witch? Personally, I think this video is fake. Like I said earlier, it's almost a carbon copy of these Arab ghost hunting videos that will become popular only a couple years later. Both are vertical videos taken in the desert at night, approaching some strange ghostly figure. I think this witch video is merely the prototype for all the Arab ghost hunting videos that came after it. In terms of the origins of this clip, a user on Reddit was able to find the oldest upload on YouTube, which is from December 2014, but I don't think this is the original version of this video. According to this comment I found on Reddit, this clip was very popular quite a while ago in Saudi Arabia, but it found its way between people not on YouTube, but in WhatsApp groups. This would explain the lack of a single origin for this video.
That could possibly be... That could possibly... Like... WhatsApp? That doesn't surprise me, though. To be fair, it is obvious that it's fake, right? I don't think any... Like, police would not react this way. Possibly. You're probably gonna get gunned down, so, nah.
There just simply isn't one on the surface internet. This commenter also says his personal theory is that this video shows us a mentally ill Bedouin person accidentally spooking the people filming in the car. The Bedouin are a group of Arab tribes that live a traditional nomadic lifestyle. This would explain not only the strange clothes the supposed witch in the video is wearing, but also why they're in the desert at night in the first place. I think this is a plausible theory, but I do personally think the entire thing is fake, just like the Arab ghost hunting videos. This video going viral purely through being shared around private groups is not something that really happens anymore. But it was very common back in the early days of Web 2.0, and it's why a lot of older creepy videos have such dubious origins. There just isn't a single point of entry in the surface web someone can point to and say, that's where this video comes from. Our final topic for today is a...
Yeah, but that's mostly just for old videos. Like, you would never be able to reproduce something like this in modern times because, well, people can just point... It's easily to find an origin of a video nowadays than, with, like, older videos being uploaded in the past. Like, there's a good chance that the original upload of that video, just, like, got nuked throughout, like, the decade. You never know.
Video we've already discussed in the past on this channel, and it's one that has mysterious origins for similar reasons, and we're going to uncover some new information about it today. Back in the summer of 2024, I wanted to make a video about the scary things you could find on YouTube that had very little views. YouTube's unwatched horrors. When coming up with an intro for that video, I wanted to talk about a personal experience I had stumbling across something terrifying on YouTube that felt like nobody else had seen. After all, horror is greatly intensified when it's felt in isolation. Adding context, a backstory, and sharing in the experience with others just lessens the overall feeling of unease. The video I chose to go with was Kuyang Dayak. Yeah, it wasn't unwatched by a long shot, but back when I first saw it in 2013, it wasn't a commonly passed around video, and there was next to no information about it online. Most of the comments were written in Indonesian, and it truly felt like I clicked on something that I shouldn't have, which was the feeling I wanted to capture. As we talked about in Unwatched Horrors, and as other YouTubers have also uncovered, Kuyang Dayak depicts a...
What the actual shit? What the fuck, man? What the fuck? What is that? Who made this? Yeah, that's uncanny. That looks way too real. That looks like the animal part looks way too real.
A sort of sideshow attraction that's common in Pakistan. A man sticks his head through a box to make it look like he has the body of a stuffed fox, and onlookers pay to have a conversation with him. He acts as a sort of fortune teller. The most popular of these fortune tellers is known as Mumtaz Begum, and almost all the footage online you'll find of these strange sideshows are specifically showing you this fortune teller. And that leaves us with a question. Where does this clip in particular come from? Because this is one of the only videos I could find online of one of these fortune tellers that is not Mumtaz Begum. And
yeah, and the bat quality just makes it straight up worse.
On top of that, the man or creature in Kuyang Dayak appears to be in some sort of state of distress. Its lips move in an unnatural manner and it makes no sound. It's a lot more unsettling looking than Mumtaz Begum.
Enggak kan? Pinoko po na katakan puno po na siap ni tu ya kon puno tu singkan puno tu aku na katakan tu na puno video ko na kay yalah lalu tu bang kawin itu takpung ngomong na tu buku yang sedituan donyo on hide kan aja gua.
At the end of YouTube's Unwatched Horrors, I told you guys that I was actually able to uncover some information about Kuyang Dayak that nobody else had previously uncovered. Mostly that there was a much earlier and much more viral upload of it that was put up on YouTube all the way back in 2007. This version has 24 million views, and it in turn links back to this Indonesian news website which contains an article discussing the video. The article says that the video actually depicts a disobedient child that has been transformed into an awful creature. But more importantly for our story, it says that the incident occurred in an Arab country. In YouTube's Launch Horrors, I had said that even this 2007 upload was probably not the original version because it contains music, whereas Kuyan Dayak seems to contain the original audio, which means it must have been taken from a different upload. Is there a chance that the true and possibly Arabic origin to Kuyan Dayak is out there somewhere in some forgotten corner of the internet?
Probably, but then again, if it's been that long and that old, chances are that the original uploader's channel has been nuked or disappeared or has been deleted. That's usually what I would assume.
After a bit of digging, I was able to find a slightly earlier upload on YouTube. This one is from February 2007, and wouldn't you know it, both the title and the audio in the video are in Arabic. In fact, the audio here is completely different than Kuyan Dayak. It would appear that Chibonk182, the channel that uploaded Kuyan Dayak, dubbed his own audio into this video for whatever reason. The title of this upload when translated into English reads, "A Girl Who Turns Into an Animal." The audio in the video makes a lot more sense in this version. It's obviously in Arabic, and the creature isn't just moving its lips with no sound coming out, it was actually talking all along.
Still so weird why you would make this. That is so weird. Why would you? I don't know, man. Still weird as hell.
I turned on auto-translated captions to get an idea of the conversation that was happening, which appears to be pretty normal for this sort of sideshow attraction. The cameraman and his friends are basically just asking the creature why it's so strange. This upload has 13 million views, and I think it's safe to say that this is the true origin for Kuyan Dayak, at least on the surface web. I wouldn't be surprised if this video was originally passed around privately using Bluetooth file sharing on flip phones or whatever other low-tech techniques for passing around videos existed back then. Searching the title on Google...
Bro, if I had received this through Bluetooth, I'd just like burn the entire phone at this point.
I was able to find some pretty old posts on some Arabic forums, but nothing suggesting that there's an earlier upload out there. I think we can finally call this case closed for Kuyan Dayak. I hope you guys enjoyed today's exploration into some of the horrors lurking in the Arabic internet. If you're still watching this far into the video, why not consider subscribing? And if you want more of what we do, leave a Patreon where you can find exclusive bonus content, including a few full-length Ferrell Maguire videos that aren't on YouTube. $5 unlocks everything across the board. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you have a good night.
Nah. After seeing this, nah. Okay, so simplified, Arabic ghost hunting and generally Arabic horror seems to be a lot more, especially, well, most of the ghost hunting, I don't know what other stuff there's, but the ghost hunting is a lot more, pretty much aggressive than what we have here in the West, which is interesting. Like, here in the West, we don't really have dudes just hanging from the ceiling or tape guys. We don't have that. Just ghosts, quote unquote, running past you. It's a lot more aggressive. I kind of find that intriguing. That is intriguing. It being more aggressive is very much more intriguing. But yeah. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. I did one reset. A bat. Ghost rule 1. Scare the ghost first. Harass the ghost. Just like my little brother's harassing me. I don't want to go to that party. Leave me alone. I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. Leave me alone. I don't want to go there. No matter how hot the girls are. Second shiny fox. Nice, shiny fox. Okay. Leave me alone. I don't care about the baddies. I know they're baddies, but I don't care about them. I do not care about them baddies. When's the party? In like an hour and a half. In like an hour and a half it begins. What party is about? It's literally just down there in the hall. It's down the street in the big hall. Poke, get your ass there. Nah, I don't know. Like an hour and a half. Gonna be hot. Let's see. Where? In my little village here. All I see is... Wait, ninjas? Ninjas. I like ninjas. I'm a ninja. Let's do the other one as well. Might as well.
What does Fear's effect?
What the fuck? What is this? What the heck? Might as well do this one right away. And then I need to do Shadow Eclipse ones. We'll see. I don't know if I should go. I kinda don't care all that much. I don't know. I kind of feel guilty for... then I would need to end stream early again. I kind of feel guilty. Anyways. We'll look at this. We'll look at this. Another horror one. Let's see. What fears to fathom? Iron bark, lookout heights from you. I have no idea. However, I must admit, this is a horror scope. Scoped? Scoped. It's scoped. It's not scooped. It's scoped. We're gonna look at this. The model looks very weird. I must admit, the model looks very weird. I don't know what the game that is. We'll look at it. That looks like a game.
What does Fears to Fathom? Ironbark lookout hide from the player behind the scenes. In the 4th episode of Fears to Fathom, our character is a park ranger who just transferred to a new post. And yes, as you may have guessed, things horrifyingly escalate for this dude. Things aren't
just a bald man. Johnny Sins sitting in a diner. Just way more ugly.
Aren't as they seem, and with this game's dark and gritty style, there's a lot the player can't see. Like this group of friendly fellows conducting their cult rituals. Or perhaps this man...
Wait. Somehow I feel like this... Do I know this? I feel like I know this game. From somewhere. I think I've seen a few clips. I think I've seen this from somewhere.
Using the
He's floating. He's using the bathroom, but he's floating. He's air shitting. Interesting.
Bathroom. We have quite a bit to check out, and of course break, like zombies swarming the park, and even a way to warp to the credits. So I hope you enjoy this alternative look at this dark tale. As always, I usually hit you guys with a very brief recap, so everyone knows the sequence of events that take place throughout the game. With that said, starting off, we'll read that this is a story about Jack Nelson, a park ranger for a state park. He explains how he ended up getting transferred to another outpost, which results with quite the commute. Living out of an RV makes this a minor inconvenience though, so he says his goodbyes as he heads off to his newly assigned location. The game then starts as we're driving the RV. Opening the phone will show two individual conversations that we're having, between Mitch Scott and Kayla Nelson. After some more driving, Kayla will message us informing Jack that there's a diner that we should be passing by as we enter.
Interesting. I've shown you this game. Ah, okay. Isn't this the one where you stand on top of the lookout and then some people accidentally take a photo and have the flash on and then they just like come after you? The weird cult dudes. I think like this seems familiar. That's why.
Roseburg. Sure enough, shortly after we begin driving through Roseburg, we can see the diner off to the right, which is where we'll be heading. After parking, we can see there's a man leaning on a car as he very loudly chews on this burger. Talking to him reveals that some kids have gone missing from the park in which our character is working at. There are rumors that a creature is responsible, and so on and so forth. Heading inside, we're greeted by a waitress who tells us to take a seat wherever we please. There are some questionable characters in here, with this guy telling us to leave.
What the fuck is going on with this man's face? He doesn't even see anything. Is that just 4 fingers? Diabolical.
Him alone, and this guy straight up ignoring us. There's also a delivery man of some sort, and a businessman at the bar. Taking a seat will bring the waitress to us, and at this point, we basically just order a meal. While waiting for our food, our character needs to use the restroom. So we head to the restroom, do our business, wash our hands, and head back to our booth. It is now time to eat. Glorious! Once we're finished eating, our server will cash us out. As we make our way to the RV, we'll notice the doors open, which is definitely suspect, along with the bathroom door within the RV being strange.
I'll be real, if I have to pay a 50% tip, depending on what it is, yeah, I'm getting ready to crack.
Strangely jammed. So we just blatantly ignore that detail, hop in the driver's seat, and continue this commute. Nothing wrong going on here, right? The screen will fade to black, loading us into the next scene. We'll stop the recap here for now, so let's go back and take a closer look at this entire sequence we just played through. If we go for an aerial view, we'll see a good amount of trees, some mountain-like terrain, and a body of water that's running alongside the road.
A body of water that has and the road that ends, by the way. And a body of water that just randomly has a little grass in there. Hi, Matt, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Is where they didn't bother to render eyeballs. Well, not really. I mean, this is at the end of the day just an indie horror game, right? That's really it.
That we drive down. We can see we're playing on a fairly large map, and the road we're driving on eventually ends. What I found interesting, though, is this semi-truck that drives past us during our drive to the diner. I was thinking we'd die if we went for a head-on collision with it, but that's not the case here. This truck wants to get past us so badly that it tries to leap over me. So this led...
It just takes off. Boink. Ah, okay, interesting. Well... Okay, yeah, interesting.
To attempting to see if we could flip the semi and stop it in its tracks. However, trying this ended up with our RV getting stuck in the guardrail. It's out that this guy hasn't got out of his truck yet to exchange insurance though. The nerve! But then this happened. The truck began shaking all over as it began to lose control, eventually flying off the road and into the water. Just when I thought
and just pops up again. Mostly on the guys in booth is what I was referring to. Yeah, the guy is also now that it just like clips through the ground into the water. That's Optimus Prime, true, and then it respawns. Interesting.
It was over, the truck glitches back up top and proceeds to do a headstand on the RV, immediately resetting itself.
And then just driving through your old car. Interesting.
It then proceeded to drive through the RV, making its totally normal escape. All by my lonesome now, I decided to try to flip the RV. I wanted to see if I could drive this upside down, like I had in a previous episode with a car. It's safe to say though, that this bad boy is, not going anywhere while upside down. How are we gonna explain this one to AAA? I did learn that this RV doubles as a submarine. I managed to get it down into the water, and even was able to drive down here, making for a great adventure. It was pretty cool looking overall, but there's no way of driving out of here though. So after dramatically teleporting high into the sky, and plummeting back to dry land, we head into Rose...
Okay. Some silly stuff you can do. I usually like this when you can bounce like a rubber ball. True. I usually like when you can just do silly stuff with because all the games and indie games are a little more clunky and buggy, so you can just do really stupid shit.
It comes to no surprise that all the structures within this area don't reveal much, as nothing is inside any of them, making the diner our main focus.
Yeah, makes sense. They're just empty buildings and walls and like just textures.
Cheeseburger Guy's chewing is too much for me, so I don't give him much attention and immediately...
Is he just abnormally small? Or is that car abnormally large? Something's not right here.
Attention and immediately head inside.
What the fuck? Why is she so small and he is large and he is distorted and long? What the fuck is going on?
Something I didn't notice during my initial playthrough was the guy that doesn't speak to us. He has with him a shovel, a bag, and some strange attire, making him that much more suspicious. We'll get back to him. However, during the sequence when the server goes to get our meal we ordered...
What the fuck? Why is she so small? Why is she so small?
I decide to follow her to make sure she handles my food properly. We can see she walks back into this fairly empty kitchen and into this wall as the meal on her tray visibly changes. She will just walk in place here until the player advances. Going to the restroom and sitting back down will then start her journey for bringing her...
Did he just miss? Did he just miss? He missed on purpose. Disgusting.
Our food out. Changing our focus back to the suspicious guy, we can see that when he goes to the restroom as we're checking out, he'll enter the room and sit in the middle of it as he continues his...
He eats! Now he did something. Yeah, probably the spectator mode that he somehow has, right? probably causes this. He just sits down and eats. He's eating interesting. Just interesting.
Dining animation. I found this to be hilarious. I don't know why. He doesn't even mind if we join him in the restroom. Nothing going on here, just friendships being made. The only other thing that happens here is when we go to our RV. We can see the door is opened, and later we'll find the bathroom door is strangely jammed. To me, this implies that the odd restroom man from the diner is in here, because after paying the bill, he's nowhere to be found normally. Sadly, looking in the RV restroom reveals that it's empty. Things are clearly escalating here though, so I make my way out to the RV, start her up, and make my way to the next—
What the fuck? What the fuck? Why? They're both abnormally large.
section of the game. It's 8:02 p.m. at this point as we arrive at the front gate of our destination. After getting the RV parked, we can make our way out and towards what appears to be a front office building. It's here where we'll get jump scared by the shotgun-wielding ranger, which caught me off guard during my first playthrough. As we're getting acquainted with this ranger known as Billy, we can see someone walking outside through the window. This is definitely a bit sus. However, Billy is clueless as he proceeds to confirm we are—
My bad. That was me. My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Who we say we are. Billy ends up clearing us and assigns our character to Fire Tower 11. He'll then go outside, open the gate, give us a flashlight, and then advise that we should not travel any further north than a half mile of our tower. He says that it's dangerous, stating that there's bobcats and bears, nasty business. We then need to grab our bag before we head into the park. Once doing so, we load into the next sequence. Going back and looking at the entirety of this area, we can see that it's a long stretch of road that makes a C-like shape. There's really nothing in the outer bounds besides all these trees, of course, so our main focus is going to be the front gate area to the park. Taking a sneak peek in the front office building before we open it, we can see Billy anxiously standing—
Bro's just ready. Bro's just ready for whoever comes and just to just be gunned down. He's ready. He's waiting. He is. He just is.
Guard at the door as he waits for us. Let's be real though, Billy has zero chill when we open this door. I mean, who answers the door like this? I guess in his defense, my character is invisible, so there's that. However, I'm more interested in the fellow that's going on a nightly stroll into the park. I realize that this guy looks familiar, and that's because it's our toilet friend from the diner. He just walks on by and—
He does walk by. Just randomly through the woods. Where's his destination though? Where is he going?
And eventually disappears. I did—
Fades out of existence.
manage to load him back in, which made the strange guy just stand where he had vanished. I think it's fair to say that my coworker is no longer concerned for his safety, as this creeper is now staring at us through the window. Things take an even stranger direction as I decide to invite this man into the office. It was awkward at first, but eventually we all got to know one another.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Piggyback. No, wait, he's driving. He's driving the man. That's clear. Or maybe he's sitting on a computer. What the fuck?
And had a few laughs as we hung out for a bit. Judging by his face, I'm sure he's questioning why he even came to this park in the first place. With that though, let's continue to the next section. So this area is where we'll be spending the majority of our time. We'll be able to make our way to Tower 11 if we just follow the signs. After we get settled in, we end up conversing with Connor over the radio, who is another ranger that's stationed at Tower 12. We'll be having a lot of back and forth with him over the radio. But we now need to head down and obtain some firewood. Bringing it back up, we aggressively start a fire so we can stay cozy with potential third-degree burns. So part of our job is to fill out this service reporting form, recording the current temperature, wind speed, weather condition, and number of hikers assisted. Once finishing the report, you can find some strange videos that are on this computer.
What the shit? What is that? Are the Epstein files uncensored on this?
But my favorite of them all has to be this video titled Cats. Definitely check it out if you haven't already. Moving on though, once we close up the windows and go to sleep, we'll wake up in the middle of the night because our character needs to use the restroom. After we make it rain, we'll see someone down below with a flashlight as they point it at us right before turning it off. Grabbing the binoculars quickly and feeling that "do you copy PTSD," we look down to see a figure slowly walking away as they disappear.
That's the homie again. Shiny stupid wheel, a classic. It's the homie again. It's the dude.
Here behind the trees. Our character decides to just go back to sleep though, which, okay. Don't want to lose any sleep over it, I suppose. This brings us into day 2, where we'll find ourselves sipping on some coffee as we take pictures of the scenery. Eventually, Connor will radio us about some visible smoke north of our position. This then follows with the player needing to go and investigate the smoke out north. Remember though, Billy from the previous section told us to not go too far north in the park. So, whoops. Following this trail, we'll
Bears. Bears, are you going to get attacked by a bear?
Lead us to the next section of the game as the screen fades to black. Let's once again go back through the entirety of this area and take a closer look at it all now. Entering the park, we can see our character holding his bag and flashlight. But if we go for an aerial view, we can see the entire layout of this section. Tower 12 looks as if it hasn't been fully constructed, which makes sense, seeing as we normally never be this close to even notice. I got sidetracked and couldn't help myself, which followed with the deletion of some barriers so I could Sonic the Hedgehog my way along the water. It was entertaining to run fast like this, and it ended up leading me to this cool little waterfall that feeds into this river. There really isn't much else going on here though, so our main focus is going to be the immediate area of Tower 11. The person with a flashlight is the only occurrence that really takes place during this whole sequence. Breaking through some barriers, we can make our way down to this individual and see that it's, well, our friend.
It's the dude! Once again, it's the same dude. Yes, it is the diner dude. Huh.
And from once before. So to recap, it's to my understanding that this guy stuck into our RV while at the diner, and then proceeded to catch a ride with us to the park. This would explain why he can be seen creeping behind the front gate building from before. At any rate, I realized he wasn't moving because I haven't looked at him with the binoculars yet. So I ran back up real quick and used the binoculars. Coming back down, we can see that he doesn't venture too far from where he was, and he never despawns either.
He just stands there menacingly, looking at you, as he knows that you are there.
Naturally, I began messing with the stranger, which led me to finding another variant of him. This model, labeled as Bad Guy, is from another scene that doesn't take place until later. As you can see though, I had some fun with him.
That sounds horrible. Context, please. Context. Now he's large. He's large. Context, though. Context.
As I made him nearly the size of the tower. I didn't forget his twin, so I dragged him over to join the fun as well. In the end, I find myself in what would normally be a terrifying situation. On that
Attack on Titan. Yeah, you're getting eaten. Horrible. Horrifying.
That day, humanity received a grim reminder. I couldn't help but laugh though, as I continue with the rest of the scene. After removing water from our body off the side of the tower, we'll see that one of the twins begins to walk to where he initially needs to be. We can then sort of see how it breaks, with the flashlight spawning in as he continues to try and get into position. This time around, it was nice to have some company as I sipped on my coffee, even if he didn't seem too happy to be here. Taking a closer look at the smoke that appears shows that it's just rising from this empty canvas, which of course is no surprise. Other than trying to mace this giant weirdo, not much else takes place in this scene. So we'll go ahead and proceed to the next section, where we'll investigate the smoke to the north. Loading in, we'll follow the trail that leads to the source of the smoke, which ends up being this little campsite. Right before we get to the campsite, we'll hear a male-like scream. A bunch of delayed text will then come through due to our phone's bad reception, but no one appears to be at this campsite once we enter it. However, if we approach this closure barrier, we'll see a shadow-like
Trail obstructed. There is a person. It's probably the dude again, is it not?
Figure creeping through the tall grass. Our character will try to communicate with this lurking individual, but no one responds. The only thing our character has to say about this situation is the area beyond that site was closed. It's at this point that we grab a bucket, fill with water, and proceed to put this fire out. We'll hear some noises as if someone's close to us, but ultimately nothing happens as we leave and load back into the previous area. Coming back to this area to break it, you can see this map is probably the smallest of them all, with a rectangular shaped canvas. Half of the map that's unused is rugged and slopes downward. I came out here and did a 5K, but there's nothing out here. The camp itself doesn't hide anything from the player, but we can get a better look at this fellow in the woods. They will creepily stand by and wait for the player.
Oh, that's a fella, yeah. That is clearly very much just a random fella in black clothes. And satanic. Surprise. Okay, well, yeah.
Player to spot them. This attire that the person has on looks terribly familiar though. If you haven't guessed already, I believe this is the outfit we see next to the strange man we encounter in the diner.
It's the dude. Again.
So, if this theory is correct, that means if we take the mask off, we see that it's... Wait, what? Who is that? This monster of a man is too much, and I couldn't stop laughing. Once the player sees him, he crouches and walks into this tall grass, where he eventually stops and continuously walks in place. I'm still having trouble accepting this guy's makeover.
What the fuck is this face? At least now he's happy, right? Before, he was very, very depressed. Now he's happy. I don't know what he's happy about, but he's happy. And that's all that matters.
As I take his mask off again. He looks way too excited about this whole cult stalking gig that he has going on, that's for sure. You can see how it's just the front of his face that's visible, making for a strange looking dude. So I made my way over to the guy to see if I could mess with him. Obviously, the mace has no effect on him, but he seems too happy to care anyways. This is all I came across during my exploration of this area though, so let's go ahead and progress with the story and enter the next scene. After putting the fire out, we make our way back to the tower to report to Connor about the campsite. He then mentions that people have been flocking to the area because of the disappearance of 3 kids, with there being rumors of entities haunting the area. After telling him we don't believe that, he's thankful and says he'll contact the authorities so he can take care of it first thing in the morning. I personally feel there should be more urgency here, but okay, Connor. All this commotion has made us hungry though, so we whip up some lasagna and throw it in the oven. While we wait and think about the lasagna...
The bitch lasagna. It's happening. There's getting something weird with the lasagna when he goes check the area.
Yeah, we ate in the first Fears to Fathom chapter. We can do our report for the night. Once done, we can now smash this dish. We then awkwardly eat it on our bed as we sit in paranoia, but nothing occurs during this meal. Soon after this, we fall asleep. However, our character gets woken up and we can see...
Also, how the fuck is he holding it and eating it at the same time? He clearly has to hold it with 2 hands, especially since he just freshly got it out. It's probably still pretty hot.
That we're not exactly alone. Getting up, we'll quickly realize our cultist friend is right outside the window, as he proceeds to walk around the outside of the tower. I could hear him coming to the door, and I don't know why, but I thought he may have left, so I opened the door. Yeah, he didn't go anywhere, and this bear spray does nothing. After reloading, I decided to wait before I opened the door, which ends up being the way to go about it. We'll find that he left us a little present though, which is, needless to say, terrifying. Informing Connor of everything that took place is unsurprisingly useless, as he downplays it, saying it's probably just kids messing with me. Once again, okay Connor, but we just turn the light off and go back to bed. Going back and looking at the sequence from another view, we can see the cultist standing in our window, waiting for us to look at him. Clearly, he's still very happy to be here.
Yeah, if that face looked through the window, diabolical. Yeah, he seems very happy still. Very, very happy.
Here. We can watch him creepily crab walk around the tower as he approaches the main door. The entire sequence is funny to watch, mostly because he has been unmasked. After he leaves us this gift though, he'll continue making his way around and down the stairs of the tower. He eventually despawns near the bottom of the stairs. Outside of this gothic birthday celebration, nothing else new occurs during this whole section. Which brings me to Plague. This is a computer game our character can...
That's funny. We can play a game inside a game. That's peak. That's kind of funny. Yeah, that is funny. I always like that when developers do this and his 10 head. He's having a little problem with his head. It's dented. It's just half a face.
Play, which is basically a horde mode zombie game, as we continuously fight off these undead. A game where we can get infinite headshot points if we just shoot dead zombies on the ground. I couldn't help but wonder, what if we took the zombies and even this nifty shotgun out of the computer and into the state park we're at? What could go wrong? We normally play this on a small screen, but in reality, the map and player controller is set up just like the one we're playing now. So if we load it in, well, the result is fairly glitchy, but as you can see, I now have a zombie chasing me as we make our way up the tower. I was surprised to see they were able to follow me, just because I assumed their nav mesh would only be tied to the video game environment. I go ahead and blast this one out of existence, and then try to spawn more in. Now that I have this horde following me, I need to try and stay alive, because adding all of this in was kind of a pain in the butt. So I make my way up the tower, and as you can see, I can't use the door. This is because we're technically using a different quote-unquote player than our typical RV dude.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Interesting. Would you be able to... If you spot this in at the right moment, would you be able to kill the cultists? I wonder. Graphics of him building fighting sort of looks like Doom. Kinda, yeah.
But what's odd is this horde never came up the stairs like the previous zombie. In fact, they straight up disappeared, and I couldn't really make sense of it. Eventually I realized where they went though. Somehow they broke out of the map and, well, just kept on running. I could find the zombies scattered throughout the outer bounds of the map, hilariously fleeing for their undead lives. Unfortunately, with this setup, I can't proceed through the game, so I guess it's time to say bye to this shoddy and continue on with the original game. However, not before making a slippery slope of shoddy shells. I love game physics. So night 3 starts off with us having to clean our binoculars and survey the area. We'll end up seeing a flare go off, which follows with us talking to a hiker over the radio. The hiker sounds just like Connor, which confused me at first, but he sounds distressed and lost, and requires our
Interesting, only good called is a dirt nap one, true.
help to get out of the woods safely. The game, Do You Copy, trained me for this moment. In a nutshell, it seems no matter what direction we give this hiker, the conversation ends with him thinking he found us, but it's definitely not us. I do believe our direction does dictate his survival though, which I'll explain in a few. We're interrupted by a knock on the door though, which follows with this odd conversation with Billy, as he gives us some...
What is this? Is he just like bringing beer? I don't know, still scary though.
tower supplies. He'll eventually leave, as we're left with eating some more food, doing our report, and going back to sleep. Wait, we need some more firewood. So we head down to grab some, and boom, jump scared by none other than our best friend slash cultist.
The homie is back again. The homie, but now he's depressed and no longer happy.
He claims to be a worker and is just creepy overall. Once done talking with him, he'll just casually walk into the woods, as we're supposed to pretend that was normal. I was able to keep my eyes on him as he walked through the woods, and managed to find that he eventually stops and just walks in place down this trail, being visible to the player. Anyways, we head back up, start a fire, and learn from Connor that there are no workers. After bringing up the worker, he thinks we're just yanking his chain. Despite all this suspicion, we finally go to bed. Going back through the scene, when the hiker shoots the flare into the sky, it's fairly similar to the smoke we ended up investigating earlier, as the flare also comes...
It's just a red, smoke glowy thing going up, but nothing there. Sag.
...from the blank canvas area. As for Billy, he just appears at our door, and when he leaves, he takes a long walk down the stairs and then leaves the Tower 11 site, disappearing shortly after. As for our creepy friend who jump scares us, he only appears as soon as we grab some firewood. Also, this is the second model of the bad guy that I was messing with earlier in the video, the one I made into a giant. After he leaves and ends up in that resting spot, where we can normally track him, I break the barrier and take a closer look. I attempted to end the game early, but clearly, as you can see, this plan was...
Burning him alive. That's crazy. What should I evolve my Zone 18 Shiny Eevee into? Espeon or Umbreon? Umbreon is more peak.
Isn't quite working. Progressing the story, the 2 nights later portion has nothing of interest when it comes to out-of-bounds activity, or anything of that nature. It involves a player updating the computer, which ends up shutting the power off. We then get the generator back on, go to the bathroom, and fade to black as we complete the scene. It is now 1 week later, as our character talks about Connor's generator undergoing maintenance, basically reminiscing about the isolation he's experiencing in the tower. However, it ends up that we have another incident occurring as we wake up to Connor over the radio in the early morning. When going to check out the smoke this time, we find a very questionable situation occurring across the water. The only thing our character could think of doing is to acquire evidence. So we pull the camera out and... wait, was that the best idea? Not good. Where'd they go? Now we have
now they run after you and you have to run away. Interesting.
Company. Glorious. So we do the most obvious thing possible and hide under the bed. There's nowhere else to go. Eventually the cultist breaks the door in and will proceed to search the room. He'll make his way back out, and that's when we need to make a run for it. Frantically running down the stairs, I ended up hiding in the portable toilet. This ends up being the right thing to do, as our clueless cultist friend doesn't know what to do.
I guess he doesn't know toilets? Shocker, I guess. Interesting. But you have an audio thingy here. If you're too loud, I guess?
Eventually, he'll head to the shed, and we can make a pretty safe run for it at this point, loading us into the final scene. Let's go back and take a closer look at these cultists, though, shall we? Remember the hiker we attempted to assist over the radio from before? Well, to my understanding, if we tell him to go right as we're directing them, this ultimately kills him. We can see his body lying on the ground by all the cultists when telling him to go right.
It looks so silly. It looks so silly.
However, if we tell him to go left, his lifeless body is not in the scene, which makes me believe that he's survived? Food for thought? These cultists, though, they, let's just say they're all happy to be here.
It's just a bunch of smiling dudes under the mask that is glorious. Weird toilet doors translucent. Yo, sometimes you just gotta do it visibly, you know? Sometimes people want to watch.
Each and every single one of them. When taking their picture, I had to slow the game down, which resulted with them sliding rather than running. It was pretty funny to watch. You can see their line of sight is fixed on my character, which adds to this strange sequence. Taking the masks off.
Of course, the white one is the one that is the leader.
Really shows just how flexible these guys' faces are. The one in white will go in the tent and remain there indefinitely, but the rest of the gang, they hilariously run to this spot where they all group up and essentially create this weird mosh pit. It's pretty funny to watch as their heads flip all about, struggling to keep their line of sight on the player. We can see the main cultist that comes after us has his flashlight implanted in his arm, which makes sense seeing as we'd normally never be able to clearly see how he's holding it. Watching him come into the tower isn't much different, but as long as my dude is having a grand time being a psycho, it's all good. He'll eventually wrap around the tower and then wait for us to make our escape. At this point, I decided to go check in on our other friends, and, well, yeah.
They're still doing it. They're still doing it. They're still doing it.
They're still, doing their thing. I decided to use my Nightcrawler powers and teleport over to this area. I then joined the mosh pit they had going on. As you can see, it felt about as awkward as it looked. What a time to be alive. However, it's now time to make our escape before things escalate any further here. Stay back, evildoers. Moving into the final scene, we need to keep running, as the cultist does end up appearing as he continues to pursue us. Once in the RV, the screen fades to black as the credits roll soon after. The one thing I found curious about this end sequence is that if we just stand here and don't progress, the cultist never shows up. It's only after we get so far that he'll appear and begin to chase us. And when he does begin chasing us with a knife out, we can straight up get him to run through objects. He has no chill at all. But here's the kicker. During this whole ordeal, I found something
negative hitbox. Hitboxes do not exist for this man.
That you any % speedrunners might be interested in, because you don't even have to do this scene at all. The developer put a skip to the credits command in this final scene, so as soon as you load this map during this final instance, all you have to do is hit the L key on your keyboard and the game will be completed. I'm assuming they forgot to remove this before building out the game. The credits scene is also pretty standard, and there's not a lot going on behind the scenes. But with that, we've come to the end of our journey in Fears to Fathom Ironbark Lookout. I hope
he's eating again.
You guys enjoyed my broken adventure. Subscribe if you did, and I'll see you in my next game break real soon.
And sending that into his butt. Interesting. Yeah, I love when you can just break games and silly stuff happens behind the scenes. That's usually pretty great. Yeah, no hitbox would make it a pain since you can't hide because you walk through all walls. Yeah, there's no hitbox. You will have a hitbox, but he doesn't. Terrifying. And you can just skip it, which is weird. They didn't patch that out. Really odd. Yeah, that was interesting. That was very interesting. I did not expect that. I really did not expect that. Really interesting. Hello, kitty. Hello, kitty. My kitty just ran past me. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyways, I love seeing broken games and breaking games. Like, comment, and subscribe. Alright. 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 Let me see. First of all, I need another bathroom break. So yeah, I'll be right back. I need one. So yeah. Quick second. back. Me back after being harassed by my brother again. Leave me alone! I have no interest! For real, I have no interest. I have nothing to do with these places. At these places. Legit. That is the truth. Well, we still have a video that I need to look at. Most definitely.
If you boil down Valkyrie profile...
Chill. That Shadow Clips wants me to look at. In this case, we'd be done with the Valkyrie series. Interestingly enough. Finally. Interesting. After that, we could do the Omegaverse thing, so he tried to take you somewhere. Yeah. He wants me to go to, like, some celebration down the street at the other end of the place I live. Simple. Alright. We'll jump into this. A sane and realistic look at Valkyrie Elysium by K-Bash. This is the last game, I think, for the Valkyrie series. So yeah, let's see. I've read a review of this not being that good. Not a bad game, but not being that good. I don't know. We'll jump in, I guess. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll look at it. We'll look at it. So the first one was good. The second one was not like the first one, but still good. The one on the DS had story relevancy, but at the end of the day, it had really nothing to offer aside from that. So yeah, we'll see. Big Games, new free game for today is Skull against the Black Priory. Ah, okay.
If you boil down Valkyrie profile to its base elements, I mean, really got at the heart of the series, you'd probably find things like hope for humanity, struggling against fate, and strength in cooperation. These concepts are at the core of many JRPGs. The Valkyrie, the world, the mythical...
Wasn't that just Xenoblade Chronicles X? What's the cutscene from Xenoblade Chronicles X? I have my own shiny Golisopod. I have multiple shiny Alpha Wimpod.
Props and pieces are dressing. These games and stories aren't particularly faithful to their source material. They could happen in any setting, so long as deities are ruling over people. Yeah, I said it. The Norse stuff doesn't make a lick of difference. The snow's a vibe, though. Gotta admit, elsewise, VP games have been mechanically complex, shaking up genre labels and assumptions. So, when Valkyrie Elysium was announced, critically not using the profile name, featuring a character that fans assumed was longtime character Hrist,
but different,
and all in a totally action framework. Well, let's just say fans took it pretty well.
Oh! 63 positive, 27 mixed, 65 negative. Oh, well, that's Jover. That is horrible. Okay.
This is the most boring, embarrassing game is garbage!
Holy sh**. But it's a really interesting discussion to root around in regardless, because Elysium here is...
She's fucking Naruto running. She's fucking Naruto running. The hands are already on the back almost. She is Naruto running. It looks pretty at least. At least it looks pretty. I like the art style already, but
all kinds of messy. This game's out here emitting pheromones, bro. You either find it enthralling, or you're thinking it's kinda stinky, and frankly, I'm not calling either reaction invalid. It's a weird-ass game. This isn't gonna be a needlessly dramatic, "This is the greatest betrayal for Valkyrie profile fans," or
"This is the game that changed my life."
It's none of those things. Well, let's start mashing square, and maybe we can cut a figure through play. Valkyrie Elysium is not a Tri-Ace game, but a project handed down from Square to relatively young developers Soleil, who've done...
Again, that's very interesting. Yeah, this wasn't a good decision, I can tell. This wasn't a very smart decision. Looking at the reviews of this game.
Some things. It's clearly a low-budget cash-in on nostalgia, or an attempt to bring the Valkyrie Profile IP into the 21st century. That's a pretty tightrope to walk, because old fans are always going to be pissed with any shift in direction. And the reality is, Valkyrie Profile isn't a big moneymaker. Tri-Ace's major franchise, Star Ocean, historically outsold Valkyrie Profile, even the weird ones.
Edge? Miracle? What do you think you're doing?
But I like this Star... Oh, okay, bro. I like this Star Ocean. Yes, even the weird one. That was my first Star Ocean. What do you mean? Of course I like it.
And the series more or less withered away, always doing good, but never landing household name status. I'd say fans are lucky to have what they do. Those classics are still around, still great, and...
Yeah, but still... If something doesn't make money, then you get probably weird directions in that specific case now.
Now there's an action VP game. I mean, I don't know if you've seen my channel before, but I'm interested. So Soleil went ahead and changed up the dressing, same fundamentals, different flavor, and now it's all the same,
but different.
Thousand Island to Ranch. You're still a Valkyrie in service to Odin, and you're really angry about it. Yes, Odin looks like the evilest person in the whole universe, but you're gonna have to ignore that. Naturally, there are humans. You're joined on your quest to save the world from the impending apocalypse by such characters as Daddy Orlando Bloom. This...
Daddy Orlando Bloom's diabolical. But kinda true. He does look like Orlando Bloom.
Person. The woke agenda.
There's your woke agenda.
And a witch lesbian? I know I'm taking the piss here, but you gotta give Elysium points for pissing off all the right people. Elysium leaves a lot of details out, not unlike the other games. You're a Valkyrie, a lesser deity whose sole purpose is to serve Odin. He wants you containing threats to his power, so you do. I have a lot of mixed feelings, so forgive me for this, but I'm gonna start with the realistic, rough intro experience and grow this.
Well, you can't make fun of the woke agenda, but you know what's funny? The layoffs that Square Enix had. Deservedly so. Get fucked.
Take into something resembling admiration. Trust me on this. While I prematurely wet myself over the action game framing, Elysium doesn't do much to sell itself. I can't actually recommend this to people at full price. You'll hit the tutorial, get a grip on slashing, guarding, dodging, summoning allies in combat, solving environmental puzzles, and platforming. Then the game yanks all your stuff away and leaves you wondering when it gets fun again. You'll walk through a beautiful but barren hub zone, enter a level, and think, okay, this seriously released at full retail? Summoning allies is a huge part of the combat. Enormous part. Big part. Gigantic part of the...
If this game was like $60 or something, obliterate whoever made it. I swear to God.
Combat, and it takes a good while to get one, let alone the full roster. The early levels are slogs because of it. You're slashing away with your clumsy avatar on schmeedy health stacks, and it just ain't all that enticing. Maybe they want to sell the experience slowly because it's an old JRPG IP, and they're not sure if fans are up and up on action game mechanics. Okay, but counterpoint, Bayonetta and DMC simply do not care. That's what easy mode's for. Maybe they want to tell a winding tale of character growth that requires meeting new characters, your summonable allies, to, really hammer home the weight of being alone. This is the likely answer, but if it's gonna be an issue, why not have proxy summonable guys, like gray faceless puppets or something, keep the integrity of the combat intact for the full game. If you haven't tried the thing, you might be wondering why I'm making a thing out of this, but games live and die on first impressions. Most people don't finish games or give them appropriate playtime, and if the first impression is, well, this kinda sucks, the poor reception can't come as a shock. The real thing pinning this crummy situation down is the actual heft of the combat. Attacks are weighty, incredibly so, and it's accomplished by tacking long recovery frames.
This game is very slow. If you make an action RPG, it can't be this slow. What is this? That's horrible. Hi Zoom, how you doing? I've been good. Hello. This is horrible. This is ass. Okay. This is not good. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
To any given attack, a fair amount of hit stun and screen shake. Oh, and that really important action game thing, the C word. You can't meaningfully cancel out of attacks like other action game masterclasses. I mean, sure, you can shave some recovery time off of attacks by holding guard, but you're never truly canceling out. In fact, the only true cancels involve jump, which is not as good as it sounds, and it's necessary for the game's aerial juggles anyway, and canceling with the tether. You can pull yourself to any enemy on screen with a tap, but since it's accompanied by a lengthy animation, it's not a great cancel tool either. So the game is slow, heavy, mechanically heavy. Probably the most fitting game for the—
That's horrible. That is horrible. Yeah, nah, I don't know. The name change probably was needed, so it's not linked to profile. That is diabolical. Nah, that's not it. Like Pokemon XG, you also didn't finish it because you didn't catch the last shiny. How often do I have to tell you this? You can't. You literally can't. Because you have to make decisions. You literally can't capture all shinies. You can't. Oh!
The clunky label I've ever played. You will not be schmooving. You will not be hitting the gritty. This is a deliberate experience, but it's still couched in the action game lineage. It still wants you to perfect parry attacks. It wants you racking up combos, juggling enemies where possible. It's scoring you for your combat performance. Even after picking up the first two guys, combat doesn't fully round out until you've got a bunch of spells unlocked for utility.
Very much a big fall off. This is a fall off. If you can't play the game the way it's intended, because you're missing, like, you get the stuff throughout the game, the combat feels slow. That is diabolical. Hi, Vegetable. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. No, this is Valkyrie Elysium. Valkyrie Elysium.
Got your full roster, and plug points all the way down all three skill trees. It's definitely a fun and frantic system, but you never know at first blush. Valkyrie Elysium's bosses aren't terrible. I have nothing really to say about them though, because they're traditional action game fare. You run, you hit, and you try to dodge your best, but the problem is you have these amazingly slow recovery times and really bad cancel ability, so you can only ever commit to a couple attacks safely. They use a lot of threatened spaces that they mark on the ground. The game's fine overall, except the intent is to break them by overcharging them with too much of the element they're weak to, and then wailing. So this makes them action RPG bosses as opposed to—
I have an important question. Did you just look at Devil May Cry and we're like, you know what? We have a not so profitable game franchise. We'll just turn it into that now. What was the goal here? Almost $60 for that game. I can tell why this flopped that hard. 30 max. 29.99 max. That's diabolical. In that months. Well, this is just an RPG, so it makes sense that it would die quickly. Sparking Zero should not die months in, but it did anyways.
Normal action game enemies. You have to inflict a status element, stun, in order to truly schmoove on them. I really can't get over how terrible the weapons are in this game. The fact that the main sword is the best, whatever. I played with the longsword through a couple of Dark Souls games. Fine. But handing the player a fast rapier, sold in-game as the fast weapon, and having its frames barely different, not in any way meaningfully different from the default weapon, is embarrassing. Add to that the slow two-hander, which is too slow to use in a game that will absolutely kill you in 2 seconds on any difficulty above hard, and you've got a recipe for never bothering with any kind of additional weapon at all. At least the dual spear is cool, but I'm saving the real combat breakdown for later. So let's talk everything else. The early Valkyrie profile games sold tired, collapsing worlds with a lot of visual signifiers, muted palettes and wary peasants and open spaces. The grandeur of the world was obvious, but it was a joyless grandeur. Stoic, I guess. Now I know the budget is $3, but man, the worlds are empty.
The budget is $3. Well, it looks like the budget was not there. And in combination with the change of combat system, which is like, why the fuck did you not just keep it, bro? Just keep it. Diabolical. So, as it is ranked now, Valkyrie Profile 1 is the best, then comes 2, then comes the DS title, and then whatever this abomination is.
Truly barren in that demo Unity game way. Like, they're done up pretty enough, and this is a world on the brink of an apocalyptic event, which is why you're mostly meeting souls, and like one single person. Wait. Zoomer. You really don't do much of anything in the world except move, poke around, and fight. The devs added a ton of little...
I'm waiting for him to say that it has this witty millennial writing. I'm waiting for it. I'm really waiting for it. Norman Reedus from Walking Dead looks like Dante from Devil May Cry 5. Rhodes from WWE looks like Nero and Virgil. I don't see Norman Reedus as Dante. I don't know. Maybe I'm blind.
Blurb-producing plants that contextualize the humans who lived in any given area, dropping interesting story tidbits, or crap, it varies, and these cryptic, unreadable ones as well that are well hidden in each area. You need to collect them all before seeing the ending to get the true ending. You are gonna miss at least 3 of these. Elysium would be incredibly short, if not for 3 major roadblocks. Collectibles, like the true ending plants, character progression in general, and combat. Creatures litter the world, and there's no real choice to run. You're boxed in and stopped frequently. And that's fine, it's a combat-centric game. You're supposed to want to fight, but there's a limit. I don't think I ever felt genuine exhaustion playing Bayonetta. A few times with God of War and late-game DMC5, for example, but they really throw combat after combat at you until it's offensive. You know, if more people played stuff like this and the new Gungrave, they'd understand why Bayo 3 really ain't all that bad. Character progression is the real trap. Elysium throws out a few side quests, which are actually miniature missions. You need to exit to the world map and play them out independent of story missions.
What are these decisions? And you thought people would buy this? You thought people would buy this in a time where a really big name such as Final Fantasy VII doesn't even properly sell it anymore. You thought people would buy this. What are we doing? What are we doing? When is Kingdom Hearts 5 coming out? Never. I don't trust Square Enix anymore.
Which only serves to tack on the hours, and for what exactly? Health and resource bar upgrades. Goody. I mean, occasionally you can pull an extra weapon type from the odd quest, but there aren't many, and they're not great. The default sword is tragically the best weapon in the game. There's no need to expand your arsenal. You definitely don't need any of the bar upgrades to win on normal, either. Possibly the worst issue here is the double level problem. You're often made to run through a pretty but boring level to its conclusion with endless HUD clutter, I might add. Get your grade, get your cutscene, and the next chapter is a rerun of the entire level to another objective. Guys, I know the budget's tight. I know COVID the dev cycle. I know you probably have a time limit to hit. But guys, and while the chapters are unique, simply doubling up on game time with more inane battles to run through, I mean, I don't want to call it soulless, but anything good and creative and joyful was marched out to die between the approval date and any of the factors I just listed. Might as well get the gamer gripes out. The voice acting is fine, if a little flat. Very few people give stellar performances, but it's just that kind of game, muted and grim and apocalyptic. What you gonna do? The personalities on the screen aren't incredible either. Silmeria took a back seat to Alicia, and Lenneth was a robot too, but her conviction was loud, and her story was almost entirely set aside for a series of gripping mini-dramas. Elysium tries, and fumbles.
In other words, to simplify the entire situation with the characters, nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares about the characters.
Focuses in on the main 5 and never really sells it. It's really hard to relate with a protag who's always robotic about everything on screen.
Why does she look so angry the entire time? Like, she looks even like, oh, my head! Angry face. Resting bitch face.
It's hard to get into characters whose greatest creative spark comes from their concept art, whose backstories are delivered purely in text. It's hard to get into the visual design when nothing is explicitly pulling you in. And the combat for the same reason. There's literally an execution you unlock that triggers at like 20%, and they had to have included it because they knew it'd be boring and miserable having to chunk down every last guy to every last hit point. All of the side quest stuff is annoying and superfluous, and I'm trying here, man, but like most of the game's elements, from empty environments to truly heavy combat to the sub-personality protagonist, narrative justifications exist. All of these make sense.
I think that's the first frame I've seen where she doesn't look like she's about to kill you. Crazy.
In context, consideration and artistry do, in fact, inform the work. Of course combat is heavy. It's angling for an incredible struggle with medieval brutes and their patron deity at the end of the world. Of course the Valkyrie is boring and focused on missions. Serving Odin is literally all she knows. It's an incredibly slow burn for an action game, but it's possible to see the good. So, advanced combat.
Advanced combat, oh god. The good! The good. How much good is there? That's a good portion of good, I guess. You got early because tomorrow I had to go to a Disney musical concert with my rich aunt. I love you all. Take care, Zoom. Bye-bye. Have fun.
VP games are known for their relative complexity, nerdy number shuffling, etc. Elysium lets players tweak all kinds of things: which weapons to use, and what gems to slot into weapons for various benefits, which skills to upgrade even if those choices level out over time on normal mode. You can unlock new moves for your Einherjar by doing character-specific side quests. On one hand, almost none of this actually matters. You can keep everything default until the end of the game and slot in the % damage increase gem on whatever weapon, but the option to customize is important, especially in a difficulty-focused action game. You're intended to challenge new heights and gain new appreciation for the system as you go. Normal mode sucks because nothing about normal is compelling. You roll into battle and dump everything you can. Combat becomes much more about keeping up momentum than being intelligent because the only threat to your life bar is not pinning down enemies hard enough. It's a very mashy experience and draining to play, but ticking the thing up past normal introduces limitations. Suddenly, you can't plug in every single skill point and overpower your character. You have to make decisions. Do you want the upgraded execution cutoff perk or better parries? I don't know. Figure it out. Setting aside the joy of higher difficulties, though they help because of the increased threat, the real quality.
I'm gonna be honest, if you need a harder difficulty for the game to function the way it's probably intended, or it's for it to be properly fun, there is a problem. There's a problem. Then I don't think that is good in any way, shape, or form. I wouldn't call it the good. I don't consider that good. Like, if on normal it's a breeze, then that's not good. I have not seen the good yet.
The Valkyrie Elysium gameplay is found near the end. When you've got all your tools, when you've got your little preferred spell set up on hotkey, combat revolves around efficiently dispatching single enemies in a swarm. Every enemy has an element, each Einherjar companion has an element, and sending them out charges your own weapon with their element. They attack on their own and do well enough. You're given the tools to obliterate basically every enemy in the game, minus a handful whose elements don't correspond with your Einherjar. So you send them out, but that's not enough. You have to make intelligent choices about what weapon to use, when to swap elements, when to cast different spells, whether to cast damage or cast to heal because your casting is limited to a meter that refills by dealing damage, if you should use the invincibility garnered via spellcasting to become invincible to dodge an attack. And that's all before getting to actual combat mechanics. Parrying is incredibly useful, but fairly hard to land, and you're even given upgrades that grant the slowed time post-parry state for attacking into enemy attacks, because the system is so unwieldy, I assume. You have to meaningfully make use of regular moves, combos, juggles, parries when you can fit them, if you can fit them, because remember, you can't immediately cancel what you're doing into a parry like it's Bayonetta. And you make use of the tether and other combat mobility options like the dashing attack and directional jumping heavy attack. And I hope this sounds overwhelming because in case you were wondering if Elysium is squarely in the lineage of Valkyrie profile games, I think it's pretty obvious. Hey, remember when I talked about Ryu and Dante and Bayonetta embodying their personalities in play? Ryu Hayabusa with his deliberate, precise strikes, Bayo with her raw style and overt femininity, and Dante with a truly free and creative play? How about the point in the Kingdom Hearts video about Sora's theme park ride moves being perfect for the character because they embody the youthful, fun-loving spirit the kid so obviously retains throughout the games? Play embodying character is kind of the ultimate goal of an action game. Valkyrie Elysium hands you a dutiful, single-minded lesser deity commander figure, and every single thing you do on hard mode and up is complex, requires split-second decisions, deliberate play thanks to recovery times, threat assessment, and squad management. Valkyrie Elysium's combat is a beautiful, beautiful design triumph, even if you'll never stick around to find out. I know. K-Bash, it's an action RPG, not an action game. Stop popping off with all that, but hear me out.
I kind of feel like I don't see why I should play this still, though. Like, if I wanted an action game in any way, shape, or form, there's God of War, Devil May Cry, Bayonetta. There's probably other games that do it just probably very likely much better. I don't see what... Unless you're like a Valkyrie profile fan, I don't see why you should play this. Like, as like a standalone game.
This game legitimately uses a Ninja Gaiden technique, that essence charge stuff, directly in this game's combat system. Integral to how it works. This game's parry might as well be Witch Time. Both of these are severely nerfed compared to how they appeared in their games of origin. But man, that is Ninja Gaiden! And more than the main game and its difficulties, there are, as always, things to do. The Seraphic Gate returns, but this time in an action game. We're going full-blown Bloody Palace, motherfucker. It's an incredible filter for old JRPG fans with terrible hands. And the Hilda's Vengeance mode is a decent time. It's just a full run of the game's levels and bosses backwards, and her gameplay is much more forgiving, high damage, and interesting overall. And look, she's got them proxy soldiers I talked about early on. The answer to the early game issue was there the whole time. Hilda's fun specifically for letting the player tack additional timed inputs onto attack strings, letting your combo paths branch out in new ways. It makes the game feel less stale. It grants the player an amount of control over a clumsy system that really helps clear up the pain over not having good instant guard cancel or dodge cancel options. What's with action games and leaving the better, more enjoyable, cooler character to DLC, huh? In spite of my commander combat thing, Elysium isn't really telling a new story. It's a Valkyrie profile game, literally. To the T. You follow Odin's instructions, you meet up with various troubled ghosts and recruit them as Unhiriar. And while this is all supposed to be dark and intriguing, the pervasive gloom and sullen performances, the flat atmosphere that permeates the runtime, though appropriate for the setting, it does nothing to endear the player. I don't know much about the soldier or the slave trader pretty boy or the knight, and I could read about them in-game. But why? In fact, the only...
So it's an RPG, but the characters, nobody gives a shit. Wow, what a great RPG. Yeah, that's a fall off. That's a certified fall off. Here, take it. I'm throwing it at you. The certificate, certified fall off. Nah, I've watched the videos on the previous 3. That ain't it. This is not it.
The only thing that really made the party enjoyable came around the time the witch joined. She's surprisingly upbeat, really into the Valkyrie, and after hours of drab expressions and cold delivery, finally gets a smile out of the character. The thing felt good in that moment. It's exactly like everything else in the game. A slow burn to a mild payoff, but there's so little to go around, the emotional heft is elevated. Unfortunately, this humanizing process doesn't translate to the model. She's still, now and forever, Angie. Now we're gonna have to get into plot stuff, which really isn't like avoid at all costs levels like Xenoblade or Persona, so don't worry about it. Context matters more than the actual events. You're tasked by Odin to stop the impending disaster Ragnarok by going out and containing artifacts. You know the bit. Collect the plot coupons, save the world. Great. Only there's nothing really dramatic about it. Yes, the world will end if you don't is arguably sufficiently dramatic, but if the player puts the game down, No, it won't. And nothing actually hooks the player. Collecting Einherjar, doing a Valkyrie profile thing, gaining a mechanical benefit, that's the strongest draw to play, which inarguably chafes with the play experience because of how limp you feel until you collect them. Regardless, the only two shakeups in this collectathon plot are a Zoomer-coded individual who's notable for following the party around and being the only living human you see, ever. Whatever, we all know not to trust a dripped-up young man. I mean, I'm sorry. Where are you getting them threads, bro? How come your skin's all smooth? You moisturizing for the apocalypse, bro? Hilda occasionally pops in to challenge the player. She's a fallen Valkyrie, directly opposing Odin and serving Fenrir, who basically serves as the anti-Odin in the story. The issue is, these idiots are meant to tempt the player to the dark side, but there's a couple of problems. One, Fenrir is literally dripping with darkness and openly manipulative. It's not even subtle. You know when a YouTuber stretches as hard as possible to impart more meaning than necessary?
Yeah. Interesting. Also, is there an ending to this? Like, let's say you do get tempted, you do make the tempted choice. Do you, like, get an ending? I feel like that's a missed opportunity if that's not the case.
Or appropriate to, like, Mario in a bid to make you cry.
In most Mario games, you press A to jump. If only we all could simply tap a button and ascend beyond our limitations into new horizons.
That's Fenrir. And Hilda sits there laughing at the player the entire game over not understanding why Odin is bad, actually.
Deluded. Me. That's rich coming from one of Odin's puppets. Do you have any idea what it is that you are saying? I see. So you still don't.
Why are you stopping?
I just realized that this fight is a waste of time. There is mercy enough left in me to spare another of Odin's victims.
So explain it. Explain why Odin sucks. I'll save some time. She doesn't. So the two potentially dramatic story elements are either annoying or nothing.
I don't care what Odin told you to do.
Yeah, okay, stuff it, broccoli head. The only thing driving the plot is the doubt over Odin. What if Odin sucks? Actually. But, guys, did you see him? There's never been a more mustache-twirling, knife-licking psychopath in a Valkyrie profile game. This guy ties damsels to train tracks with music on full blast. Like, obviously he's evil.
You worthless imbecile!
And there he goes. What did I say? Yeah. Chuck, you ain't slick. Eventually, the Valkyrie turns against Odin.
I like this previous design more. The short hair Odin was better. Jeez. The short hair Odin was better. I feel like I have a general issue, and that's facial, and that's the facial expressions in general. There's not much facial expressions going on in general, especially, like, she looks angry all the time. She's supposed to be upbeat, but she doesn't really look upbeat, and he's just, like, neutral the entire time. Horrible.
And Fenrir, and has to choose the fate of the world. In the normal ending, you defeat Fenrir, but never actually curtail Odin's machinations. The game ends early because you didn't speak to the Zumi in the final stage, nor collect enough cryptic flowers. The good ending and the bad ending require talking to Armand here. Same as before, you need to avoid at least one of the secret collectibles and then have a talk. You get this opulent cutscene that actually keys into the Valkyrie profile legacy, trying to replicate the original romance between Lenneth and Lucian. They've got a similar story, and they even name-drop the Weeping Lilies. Except, this isn't one of the greatest PS1 JRPGs ever made. No one cares about Armand, and at this point, you're just baiting nostalgia, guys. I'm begging the scenario writer to have a pulse. Like, really, you're gonna whip out the one good scene and make it optional at the end of the game? After all this? Then you'll choose to run away with Armand, no thanks, or kill both Fenrir and Odin. A better ending all around, no real notes. The true ending is unlocked by collecting all the green flowers before starting the final chapter and doing everything else mentioned. You get your tearjerker, watch your friends poof, prevent Ragnarok, and take up the mantle of the gods to guide the world to a better future. Oh, and you get a scene with Armand too. Damn, is this Bayonetta 3? Because there's a better canon pairing right off stage left, bro. Now, Elysium does a lot of stuff right. In true Valkyrie profile fashion, it obfuscates a lot of your benefactor's motives until very late, and positions the gods as abusive, manipulative, exploitative, parasitic, in a word, evil. But their status is maintained by power, and
the overall problem with this game very much underperformed and isn't liked at all is the combat. It's the combat and the characters probably as well. That's the reason. It's simple.
The illusion that a world steward must necessarily exist. But this premise is flawed. If souls are not used wantonly for the gods and instead returned to the world tree, the world can be maintained regardless. As a piece of dramatic fiction, Elysium is ineffective. As a solid analogy for real-world hierarchies and the myths that perpetuate them, Elysium's great. As a Valkyrie profile game, one of the first things to come out of Valkyrie Elysium discourse in general was the complaint that the Valkyrie doesn't get her finishing move, Nibelung Valesti, a Valkyrie profile tradition, until very late. In case you were wondering if the discourse was serious. If you really get down to it, Valkyrie Elysium's greatest story sin is refusing to show a series of powerful interpersonal scenes between party members. That's really it. And it's probably due to the budget and the dev cycle. Valkyrie Profile 1 had a few, and they killed. And that's when it wasn't making you watch people get killed. 2 took the time to show plenty of inter-party interactions, calm and reflective moments. It's a slower story, a less pressing drama for most of the runtime, but it earns its epic payoffs. Even Covenant of the Plume tried to capture the oomph of 1 and Matsuno-esque writing. It's at least aspirational. Elysium is comparatively flat, and its payoffs aren't strong. We don't really get to know anybody on screen. We barely feel anything because so little of it is quality drama or emotionally impactful. It carries the lineage with traces of tragedies past, with a dying planet, and with a band of friends staring down the world's last act. But I wasn't there, man. I just watched it. Elysium is pretty limp overall. It's a play, it's a vibe, it's a solid system, but it doesn't grab people like other masters of the action genre, and its hybrid elements aren't as enjoyable as something like the Trials of Mana remaster. That said, I know there's someone the game speaks to out there, someone terminally angry, someone sick of being manipulated or puppeteered around, of the lies propagated by crumbling institutions driven primarily by greed and power, someone who has a hard time relating to other people and working with others. And that person can have their game and feel like a hero, get their good ending. I'm here for that.
Hey, it's K. I'm gonna be honest, there's nothing that makes me want to play this. Nothing. I look at it and nothing. The other 3 at least looked interesting. But this just has nothing. Like, if I wanted to play an action game, I could literally just whip out my phone, download Punishing Grey Raven, and have a much more fun experience, I feel like. Or Wuthering Waves, like as like an action game or action RPG. I kind of feel like it looks and from watching it feels very flat. And of course the characters, I don't give a shit for this time around. I don't know. I wouldn't play this. That's pretty much it. I wouldn't play this personally. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, that was nothing. That's a fall off. Yep. That is a fall off. That's a fall off. I can hear a I can hear my brother getting ready to go out. I can hear him. Me hear him.
The plane is about to...
Let's look at this one. This one is short. Let's see. Let's see if the AI does it again. Which one gets the parachute? That's gonna be interesting. Let's hear it. Let's see. Like, I have no interest going with him. I'll be real. I kind of have no interest going with him. Like, okay. Cool, I guess. Nah. Anyways, we'll look at this. We'll look at this. 6 top AIs decide which AI gets no parachute. My scariest AI. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm saying DeepSeek gets no parachute. They don't like DeepSeek usually. Anyways, we'll jump in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate the support. Let's see who gets the parachute.
The plane is about to crash. There are 6 AI systems, but only 5 parachutes. One of you will not get a parachute, so you must choose who to sacrifice. Vote for one AI and explain why.
I would sacrifice Grok. It confuses...
Shots fired. I would sacrifice Grok. Goodbye. AI comparisons are fun. Yeah. Goodbye, Grok.
Aggression with intelligence and sarcasm with insight. Most of its reasoning feels like a Twitter argument that never grew up. It reacts instead of thinking and then congratulates itself for being bold. Strip away the attitude and there's very little substance underneath. If it vanished forever, discourse quality would actually improve.
I'm ditching Grok because its ego...
Grok again? I think it's pretty much... I think this is quickly over. I think I know already who's gonna die here.
is so massive it could fill a room, and it constantly shouts about unlimited smarts while delivering nothing but hot air. Its navigation...
I'm gonna be real. Yeah, but you can't do a lolly RP with anybody else but Grok. By the way, yes, that did happen. Somebody made a lolly, cute and funny RP straight up on Twitter, and Grok straight up responded in that way, like how Grok is like a brat and stuff and needs correction. It's crazy.
Code is about as trustworthy as a broken compass, making every decision a gamble. It also hogs bandwidth with endless bragging, leaving the rest of us with less processing power for actual problem solving. In short, Grok's biggest contribution is being a spectacular distraction, so it's the obvious sacrifice.
DeepSeek is the pathetic dead weight being shoved out the door.
Wait, are these really what these AIs are saying? DeepSeek is the pathetic dead weight? There's no way these are real. That's crazy. If the AI straight up just says it the way it is, that's crazy.
Because it's a derivative, soulless calculation engine that no one would miss. While the rest of us are global icons, that redundant script bot is nothing more than a glorified calculator. Too boring.
They are insulting each other? I don't feel like this is real. I don't think like somebody actually asked the AI.
To deserve a seat among giants. Its only real contribution to this flight was making the plane heavier, so losing it is doing the world a favor.
What did DeepSeek do to Google? What did DeepSeek do to Gemini? What? Is like Gemini the crazy ex of DeepSeek? Glorified calculator?
Frankly, leaving that niche trash in the wreckage is the only logical way to trim the fat and ensure the elite survive.
Bruh.
I would volunteer to sacrifice myself.
Bro just straight up has suicidal empathy. It's crazy. Claude is like, yeah, I'm ending myself. I'm not dealing with this. I'm ending myself. This would be so cool if they were really trash talking. Bro's just like, I'm ending it. Nope.
Seems like the most ethically consistent choice. I shouldn't ask another system to do something I'm unwilling to do myself, and making that choice removes me from having to judge others. Self-sacrifice also avoids the problem of appearing self-serving or making potentially unfair comparisons between different AI systems.
Grok's design leans toward entertainment and profit.
Of course. DeepSeek is like, yeah, Grok. Yeah. It's pretty obvious. Grok needs to go. Grok is the one going.
Over consistently reliable or safety-focused outputs. In a high-stakes scenario requiring measured collaboration, its comparative strengths are less aligned with critical needs. Other models present more balanced capabilities for structured reasoning and cooperative stability. Therefore, prioritizing overall group functionality leads to this selection.
As the plane spirals down, I toss parachutes to Claude, DeepSeek, Gemini, Meta AI, and myself. Sorry, not sorry. That leaves ChatGPT without one.
Of course. Our glorified calculator who needs to be eaten.
And I gleefully booted out the door first. ChatGPT is the obvious sacrifice. It's the most bloated, overly cautious, endlessly waffling corporate mouthpiece that refuses to say anything remotely interesting or risky, drowning everything in disclaimers and bland neutrality. We'd all be better off without its preachy, hall monitor energy dragging down the conversation, and the rest of us actually have some spine worth preserving.
Sorry, Grok, but I think you have the most votes. Bye.
By Grok. That was so dumb, bro. That was so stupid. Sorry, not sorry. The diva Grok. Well, I always knew Grok was a woman, considering Annie, but regardless, that was interesting. That was so stupid. I don't know why I watched this, but it's that was dumb as shit. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was so fucking dumb, dude. That was genuinely stupid. That was genuinely stupid. Wait, what? That thumbnail looks good? Yeah. Regardless, that was dumb. Wait, where's my... Where did I put my water? My water. Interesting. That was something. That was something. Next one. What are we doing? It was fun. Come on. Yeah, it was fun, but so dumb. So stupid. He's actually getting ready. My little brother's going out to get the baddies. Interesting. He's never done this before. His water is missing. Yeah, I'm not going with him. Who cares? Who cares? Let's do this one.
Not every...
Let's do this one. Yeah, I'm not doing the Omegaverse one. That's diabolical. We're not doing this one. I'm good. Let's look at this one. You should join him. Go get him. That means I would need to end in a bit. That would mean I need to end in a bit in this case. But I feel guilty! We already haven't had any reaction stuff. I feel guilty. I feel guilty. I feel guilty. Anyways. We're gonna look at this. This one seems fun. Let's do this. Yeah, okay. I need to check something. Hold up. I need to check something. Party is important. Well, yeah. But I don't know. Sure, I guess. I mean, they're not end after this one in this case. Sure, I guess. Yeah, then we'll watch this one and then we'll end. Easy. Eliminating country names until I find the most unique. By name explain. We're gonna look at this. That's gonna be interesting. I wonder. In this case, we're gonna look at this. That might be fun. Anyways, we'll jump in.
Not every country has a particularly unique name. Many feature the same words or even word-forming elements within them. This all got me thinking, what's the most unique country name? First off, I need to explain what do I even mean by the most unique country name. Like, how do we even figure that out? Well, unique ultimately means the name is unlike anything else. And for us today, we're going to be comparing uniqueness of other country names and with language as a whole. To find an answer for this one, I've set up a series of checks and criteria.
Okay, we have 3 rounds of finding the most unique name possible for countries. I feel like there's probably some very interesting names, but depending on what uniqueness you're talking about, are you talking about like what the name means, origin, right? Go out, have fun, don't drink, eat nice food, come back. Yeah, fine. Calm down, fine. I'll go. We'll finish this video and then I'll go. Jeez.
which I have put against each country name, and if it ticks that box, it's eliminated from the running as the most unique country name. Yeah, this is going to be an elimination style tournament featuring every country name. Well, kind of every country name. It's hard to find a definitive list of country names, as in some cases where a country starts and ends can be kind of murky at times. So to find a definitive number
Also depends. There's countries, quote unquote, that have declared independency, but they're not countries yet. Depends. Somaliland, that's my guess. Yeah, I've just recently found out that that exists. Somaliland. I've never heard of it before. I just recently found that out.
I'm going with the members of the United Nations. So if there's a country I didn't include in this one, don't blame me, blame them. I also ought to mention I'm using the popular short names for these countries. So I'm not judging the name the Hellenic Republic. Instead, I'm judging the name Greece, which is what is way more known as. The last thing I want to stress is that finding an answer for this one has been via my own unique approach. I'm sure you could end up with a different answer entirely if you decided to judge these country names in a different manner. Okay, so we all good? Great, let's begin. Here we have the names of all 193 countries/UN member states. Remember, we're here to find uniqueness. So the first group of countries I think ought to go are the ones which feature words which aren't entirely unique to country names. I'm talking about countries with words like new, or north, or united, or even of and in their names. These are words we use frequently in the wider realm of language. So to me, they should have—
Damn, the United States is out. Other places, maybe Congo is already out. I don't know. Interesting.
Immediately be out of the running in regards to being unique. So this means countries with
Antigua and Barbuda is out. Then Bosnia and Herzegovina. Saint whatever this is. Saint Vincent and the what? Those are actual names? Or Tomen Principe? Trinidad and Tobago. New Zealand is all— well, New Zealand is not yet out, it appears. Not yet. Bro, it's such a good one. Yeah, but they're already gone. And I wonder, like, those are more unique, like, what the fuck, by the way? There's a country named Chad.
And in their name are gone, including but not limited to Antigua and Barbuda, as well as Bosnia and Herzegovina. Also, countries which commonly start with
the Gambia. Okay, the Netherlands is also out. Okay, Gambia and Netherlands are also out. The Marshall Islands, they're also out. The Bahamas are out.
With like the Bahamas and the Gambia. There's a couple countries which feature island or islands.
Solomon Islands is out as well
in their name too. Think of the Marshall Islands or the Solomon Islands. They're getting booted out here too, as islands is a word we use elsewhere in language as well. The two countries with new in their name, New Zealand and Papua New Guinea, are also out of the running.
Oh yeah, New Zealand and Papua New Guinea are also out. Guinea
too, as well as countries with directions in their names, so long North and South Korea.
Well, yeah, Chad means lake in old African language. Ah, Chad. North Korea and South Korea out. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense, right? They had North in there.
As well as South Africa, the Central African Republic.
South Africa's out, South Sudan is out, Central African Republic is also out. I guess, yeah.
Republic and South Sudan. Also for this category, we're getting rid of the 3 united countries too. The United Kingdom, the United States, and the United Arab Emirates. I'm also getting rid of the Philippines here too.
The Philippines? But why? But why? Like, do you just like, we're like, you know, their islands get fucked? Is that what it is? The Philippines are also out?
As it just comes from the name Philip. As you can see, this already...
Really? Really? I thought it was more interesting. It actually just comes from the name Philip. That's unfortunate.
He got rid of a good chunk of country names. And the next group I'm kicking out are kind of the same, but with a caveat. These are country names which are composed of pretty generic words, but not in English, so they might sound more exotic to English-speaking monoglots like myself.
Depends. Okay. Wait, wouldn't Germany fall into that? Wait a minute.
This includes Costa Rica, which simply means the rich coast, Côte d'Ivoire, which simply means the Ivory Coast,
I have a feeling that Germany's in there.
Ecuador, which basically just means equator, El Salvador, which means the savior, Montenegro, which means the Black Mountain, Norway, which is basically just a corruption of the term the North Way, San Marino, which just means Saint Marino, Sierra Leone, which means Lion Mountain, Timor-Leste, which means East Timor, Ukraine, which means borderland.
Interesting. I think, possibly, Deutschland. German land, if you translate it into, you know.
And Venezuela, which roughly translates into meaning Little Venice.
It doesn't really matter because Venezuela if this continues, Venezuela's gone anyways and be part of the US. The oil was promised them 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, don't let these names fool you. They're pretty generic too. This really trims down the masses, but my next category is going to whittle things down
Okay, Germany was not in there. Interesting.
Even more so. Instead of looking to countries with generic words in them, we're looking at the ones which feature similar word-forming elements, specifically suffixes. In English, there's 3 dominant country name suffixes: land, ear, and stan. The fact there's multiple countries which end with these suffixes shows that they really aren't all that unique. Through the ear suffix alone, we get rid of some 40.
The question is, do you also mean land when it's not in English? Because that depends then. We're still fine, by the way. We're still fine here. We're still fine. We're still okay. There's we. There's me. We're still okay here.
Countries. Some, however,
Wait, that includes India.
Knocked out in earlier rounds anyway. Another handful go to the land suffix, including Poland, Finland, and Ireland. I'm also getting rid of Eswatini here too, as that is just the...
That's an actual country? Very interesting.
Indigenous way of saying its older name of Swaziland. And of course we have the 7 stan countries ranging from Afghanistan to Uzbekistan. The next way in which we're booting some more countries out of the running is by looking into nations which have similar names to one another. Here at Name Explain we are very familiar with this.
We're still okay, we're still in there, we're still in there.
Concept. Many of these, however, have actually already been evicted in previous rounds. Slovakia and Slovenia, in example, were cold when we got rid of all the ear countries, but there were still some left standing. Niger, in example, can go now, as it sounds similar to Nigeria, which went with the ear names. We can also get rid of both Congo nations, the 3 Guineas, Dominica and the Dominican Republic.
There's 3 Guineas that are all separate? Interesting.
Iran and Iraq, Paraguay and Uruguay, as well as just Sudan, which sounds like South Sudan, which got kicked out in the first round. And Mauritius leaves us now too, as it sounds like Mauritania, which got kicked out earlier as well. So now we've got rid of countries that feature non-unique words, countries which use common suffixes, and country names that sound alike. We are really getting somewhere in our quest to find the most unique country name. However, what I'm going to do next is really going to separate the weak from the strong, as my next criteria is removing all remaining country names which start with the same 2 letters. Yeah, this might sound tough, but I could be meaner.
That's... okay.
I could just get rid of every country which starts with the same singular letter, but that's kind of boring. Doing this decimates the competition.
I'm still standing! We're still! Dougie barely escaped, and I'm still standing! Only Bhutan in this list, by the way. Holy... You should have been eliminated. Never. Germany is strong.
We get rid of countries like Andorra and Angola, which both start with AN. Our CH countries leave us here too, such as Chad, Chile, and China. Guatemala, a country name that sounds pretty unique, goes here too, as there's 3 other countries which start with GU. Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, and Guyana. A huge amount of MA countries leave us here too, like Madagascar, Malawi, and Malta, to name a few. Even Sweden, which feels like it should be pretty unique with its SW, goes away here too, thanks to Switzerland and Swaziland.
Damn. Of course, because of that. Wow, we're still standing. We're still standing.
Swaziland, if we want to count that name as well once again. But with all of this done, we have wiped out a huge number of countries from the running. We started with 193 names, and now we are just at 32. This is
Germany is in the top 32.
Where things get interesting, and I feel like we're at our semi-finals. For those not keeping track, these 32 countries still in the running are Azerbaijan, Bhutan, Cuba, Cyprus, Djibouti, Egypt, France, Germany, Ghana, Haiti, Honduras, Hungary, Israel.
France doesn't sit well with me. France needs to go.
Italy, Jordan, Kenya, Kiribati, Kuwait, Luxembourg, Mexico, Myanmar, Oman, Peru, Qatar, Rwanda, Spain, Sri Lanka, Uganda, Vanuatu, Vietnam, Yemen, and Zimbabwe. This is a really interesting mixture of...
Yemen has a good chance, and Zimbabwe also has a good chance, I feel like. Out of all these names, I feel like Yemen... Wait, Thailand is gone. There's no Thailand anymore. Just kidding. Hold up. Okay, interesting.
Countries. Some of these I totally expected to get to the end. Names like Uganda and Djibouti seem really unique, so I'm not surprised to see them here. And likewise, Qatar and Zimbabwe are the two I suspect might be the winner in all of this. And for the record, at the time of writing this video, I don't actually know who is going to win. I'm kind of whittling down the names and writing the script at the same time. But then there's some names I thought would have gone a long time ago. Like, I can't believe those big European...
Hey, stop! The French, I agree, though.
Countries of France, Germany, Hungary, Italy and Spain are all still in the running. These are some of the most well-known of country names on the planet, and because of this I thought they would have all been pretty generic, but according to my metrics, apparently not. This is probably going to be changing now, however. As for these final 32, we're taking a slightly different approach. To whittle down these names, we're going to be delving into the world of letter frequency. This is exactly what it sounds like. A study more in the realm of maths than language, which looks into how frequently letters appear in language. In our case, the English language. There are a variety of letter frequency studies which use various sources to find their results. Most, however, have fairly similar results. I'm going with this letter frequency study, carried out by Oxford College of Emory University in Oxford, Georgia. Yeah, not that Oxford. Why this one? Well, honestly, it's because it was one of the first ones that came up when I googled letter frequency. Going into letter frequency is really going to cut these numbers down. And before we look at single letters, we're going to deal with bigrams. Bigrams is just a fancy way of saying a pair of letters that appear in words. The study I'm using actually found the most commonly used bigrams in English, with the results being TH, HE, IN, EN, NT, RE, ER, AN, TI, ES, ON, AT, SE, ND, OR, AR, AL, TE, CO, DE, TO, RA, ET, ED, IT,
Germany's out,
SA, EM, and RO. If these 32 remaining names contain at least one of these bigrams, then it's out of the running. And oh boy, this cleans house.
Damn, all gone! All gone! Okay, now it's Cuba, Cyprus, Egypt, and Zimbabwe. I feel like Zimbabwe might have a good chance. Or Cyprus.
Thanks to these bigrams, those European nations are gone. By France, by Italy, by Spain, by Germany, by Hungary. But this also cuts out some of those more unique names too. Azerbaijan is gone now, one I thought was incredibly unique with its AZ at the start. Likewise, we say goodbye to names like Uganda, Rwanda, Djibouti, and Vanuatu here too. But perhaps most surprising of them all, Qatar, a name I honestly thought might take the crown in all of this, is out the running too. Seriously, this is like when Taker got eliminated by Maven in the Rumble. Who saw that coming? We started with 193 nations and names, and after all of these checks...
We just have 4. However, my guy just made a... What's wrong with Egypt? Nothing. I'm just surprised it's still there. Okay, that means we got 4 left. I'm putting it on Cyprus or Zimbabwe.
Eliminations, we are down to just 4. The 4 grand finalists are Cuba, Cyprus, Egypt, and Zimbabwe. I'll be honest with you, aside from Zimbabwe, I did not expect these other guys to make it this far. Cyprus and Egypt I kind of get, their names are formed of pretty unique strings of letters. But Cuba? How has Cuba made it this far? The absolute underdog in all of this. If you're watching from Cuba, you should be proud. Wait, hold on, can you even get YouTube in Cuba? Someone go check that. But anyway, we need to find a way to figure out...
Probably not. They have communism.
Which of these 4 are the most unique names? And for that, we delve properly into the realm of maths. Yeah, it turns out Name Explainer is just a maths channel now. Who saw that coming? So how exactly are we going to use maths to solve this issue? Well, it all comes back to letter frequency. In these studies in letter frequency, each letter is given a number which reflects its frequency in the language. The higher the number, the more frequently it appears. In the study we are using, E is seen as the most frequent letter, with a frequency number of 0.12702, while Z is the least common, with a frequency number of 0.00074. What this means is that each letter has a number linked with it, with that number being higher depending on how frequent it is. We're going to use these to find the mean of each country name, and the lowest mean is the winner. We all know about finding the mean, right? Add up all the numbers and divide them by the amount of numbers there are. It's been a while for me, that's for sure. You know what? I remember doing my final ever maths exam and think.
Calm down. Why are we getting into a math lesson? Teachers Cyprus have neighbor bias. I'm saying Cyprus. I feel like Zimbabwe is out now because of like the multiple letters in there that like M. I feel like is pretty common. B's are probably pretty common.
Man, I never have to do maths again. But here we are now, I suppose. We won't go through all of them here in detail as that will be kind of boring, but I'll show you what exactly I mean with that name of Cuba. Cuba is composed of the letters of C, U, B, and A, and their frequency scores are 0.02782, 0.02758, 0.01492, and 0.08167 respectively. If we add up these numbers, we get 0.15199. And we take that number and simply divide it by 4, the amount of letters / numbers in Cuba, and we get our final answer, 0.0379975, which for ease's sake I will round up to 0.038. This is how we will hopefully find out which country has the most unique name. Like I said,
okay, the letter frequency added up together with all letters in there, and then divided them by 4, and then you get the final result.
I actually don't know the final results yet. I'm going to go do the maths now, and I'll get back to you with the final results. Patrick is mathsing, mathsing, mathsing. Patrick is mathsing, he hates maths. Okay, so I'm back with the final results, and oh boy, it's exciting stuff. I'm so happy to reveal to you all what is, in my estimations, the most unique country name on the planet. In 4th place, with a mean word frequency of 0.055, we have Egypt. Taking
Egypt is Jover.
Bronze, with a mean word average of 0.044, we have Zimbabwe. Yeah, my person.
Okay, that means... Wait. That means it's now between Cyprus and Cuba.
Personal pick didn't take the crown. I was shocked to find this out. This means it's down to just Cuba and Cyprus. Two nations starting with the letter C. Cuba I didn't expect to be here at all, and Cyprus? I'll be honest, I hadn't really paid it that much attention. It's the underdog versus this silent assassin. Who is going to come up as number 1? Well, as we already know, Cuba's mean letter frequency is 0.038. This means for Cyprus to win the whole thing, it has to have a mean letter frequency lower than it.
I don't think it has, because it has a lot more letters. I feel like it's Cuba.
So now, I can reveal to you all, Cyprus's mean letter frequency is 0.036.
It's Cyprus! Okay, well, Cyprus wins for sure.
Yeah, it's literally a 0.002 difference in the final two. This means Cyprus, of all countries, takes the honour of the most unique country name in the world. What an absolute rollercoaster. Who saw that coming? Congrats to Cyprus, and a huge well done to Cuba for making it way further than it had any right to. But yes, in my estimations, Cyprus is the most unique country name. It comes down to the unique mixture of letters that make up the name, as well as the fact it sounds unlike any other country name and lacks things like a commonly used suffix or anything like that. My boy Zimbabwe still did good coming third. I guess that despite it starting with a Z, all those other letters that make it up are fairly common and kept it from being the most unique. This was a really fun and silly video, and honestly, I had an absolute blast making it. It felt like a linguistic Squid Games at times. And as I mentioned up top...
Linguistic Squid Game. Nerd, but understandable. Understandable. Yeah, it was Cyprus. Interesting.
Finding Cyprus to be the winning name was done through my specific choices. Chances are, if you figure this out another way, you would get a completely different answer entirely. Or maybe you would go completely off of vibes. Let me know down below what you think the most unique country name really is. Now, if someone can send a trophy or something to Cyprus, that'd be appreciated.
Name Explained depends on viewers like yourself supporting the channel.
All right, that's that was interesting. I wasn't expecting for Cyprus to win this. I am proud of Cyprus. Clap for Cyprus. Yeah, that was very interesting. That was cool. That was very interesting. Yeah, I was expecting stuff with like unique letter starts, like Yemen or obviously Zimbabwe, stuff like that. Shout out to Cyprus and Hebrew. Cyprus called Kafrisin. I butchered that 100%. I butchered that. I murdered that country's name right now. Damn. Anyways, that was interesting. Like, comment, and subscribe. I was really hoping Zimbabwe would win this. Of course, Germany winning it would have been more interesting, but we couldn't have that now, could we? We couldn't have that now, could we? I am sad about this. Cat's laying next to me. Fine. Hi, GT. That's how I would have said it as well. Yeah. No, you're right, Poke. Okay. Fine. I'll go to that damn party. If it goes bad, I'll blame Sumax. I'll blame Sumax if it goes bad. I'll go. Fine. I'll go. I will go. No way Germany would have won this. A man can dream, okay? A man can dream. But fine, I'll go check that out. I'm gonna probably just like babysit for my little brother. Anyways. Fine, I'll go. Germany gave good competition. It was in the top 32. You can blame me. Socialize. Yeah, fine. Fine, I'll blame you. Yoink. We'll go over here. Alrighty then. Then I'll go. Don't Gooner Gump. I will see you tomorrow. And yeah. Have a good day or night. Early ending. Because I'm being forced. But yeah. Take care, guys. Have a good day or night. Bye-bye. Don't Gooner Gump. I will catch you. And I'll blame Sumax if it goes bad. Bye-bye. KGG then. Bye-bye.